What is going on every day, everyone? My name is Steady. I am joined by Trav. The excitement is making me lose my words because this is going to be our last qualifier for the summer season here at BrawlMSTRS. So we get quite a lot of matches to go through like usual. Trav, how are you doing? How are you feeling about this qualifier?
Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you. Really excited to see some of the games we have got lined up. Obviously, this being the last qualifier of the open qualifiers, should I say. We have obviously got that last chance qualifier in the upcoming week. But we get to see 3 teams who are going to be guaranteed to go to the playoffs. And in my eyes, that's the most exciting thing we're going to be seeing, except from the playoffs themselves.
Absolutely. As you rightly said, there's still the last chance qualifier next week. But nevertheless, it's very separate things because the points don't matter at all at the end of today, except for those 3 teams that qualify. So it's a very different dynamic that we are going to have to approach here, as teams really just care about maximizing their point gain today to secure that spot in the playoffs. That's where, most of the money is at as well. But as you guys can see, this is the 3rd out of 3 open qualifiers, 64 teams. The draft mode you guys are used to. Top 8 is going to gain some points, and there's quite a bit of prize pool on the line as well. The last chance qualifier is going to be next week. It's pretty much all the same, except that there's no more points and there's no prize pool either. It's all just one spot for the best team to join the other 3 for those playoffs, which, obviously is going to be top 4 then. And a bit of a longer format as well. It was best of 5, same draft format, and quite a lot of extra prize pool. 4,000 per region is definitely very, very significant for those players.
Definitely so, especially if you can see some of these lesser well-known teams coming into the playoffs, especially through that last chance qualifier when more than likely the 3 most dominant teams are already going through. So there is a bit of an opening in that last one, which sort of can allow a team who's not as well-known going through. But here is that draft mode that is explained now with the teams of Nova Esports and Tribe Gaming. Basically, the blue team's going to start off banning 2 game modes, followed by the red team also banning 1. And then following on from that, the red team also get to pick the first map and mode, and the map's already decided for the mode, so basically just picking the mode. And then the blue team follows up after that again with their pick, and then the randomized pick at the end, the one left over, and then the brawler bands follow up in an ABBA format.
Yeah, it's, the draft mode that you guys are used to at BrawlMSTRS. Trav already mentioned the fact that the maps are already pre-decided for each mode. It's a rotation for each week, and here we are at week 3, which means that we have Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab, Backyard Ball for Brawl Ball. In Bounty, it's going to be Canal Grande, Heist, Safe Zone, Siege, Factory, Rush, and last but not least, for Hot Zone, you'll have Parallel Plays. So those are the 6 different maps and modes that we might see today. And the draft format, we've talked about it quite extensively throughout this season, but also the previous ones. But it does really add an extra level of strategy. As soon as you know your opponent, you can really get things started. It's so important. Each team has their preferences in modes and maps, and also just better results accordingly as well. But yeah, this is going to be first match of the evening. FA Salada de Frutas, also known as Noble Elite before that. This is their free agents team name, against Blood Diamond, a team that has been getting better and better. I think they were always, at the higher end of tier 2 for this year, but lately they've been really trying to get some good blows at those tier 1 opponents, and I think that making it to the playoffs would be a big achievement for them. And Trav, why don't you run us through the draft system here?
Yeah, first of all, we've got Salada de Frutas, going to be banning both Heist and Bounty, followed by that Brawl Ball ban from Blood Diamond, so clearly not feeling confident on that, which is something you don't really see too often. Followed by a Hot Zone pick by them. Parallel Plays going to be coming up first, followed by Salada de Frutas yet picking Factory Rush. And then Gem Grab is going to be that last remaining game mode. Bans are going to be Bell and Primo from Salada de Frutas, and then Stu and Buzz from Blood Diamond. So it feels like we have got the majority of those top 4 brawlers banned out near enough instantly, which is really going to open up that meta for a bit of an exciting game.
Yeah, I think that's also something that we can expect, having ABBA bans rather than blind bans. When you have blind bans, you kind of feel forced to ban some brawlers because you're just terrified at the idea of facing them. Here you have a little bit more freedom, and you can try to think, okay, they already banned this one or those two brawlers. They're already covered. You don't have that extra little mystery that can really make things complicated in some matches where you end up suddenly having like one buzz or some brawlers like that just somehow escaped the ban process. Here it's a lot more intentional, I think. And as you rightly said, I mean, Stu, I think best brawler in the game at the moment, pretty much uncontested, but a lot of other strong and heavy hitters here in the list, Bell and also Buzz. It has been kind of, I feel like it's kind of mitigated. You see it when it's not banned once in a while, but it's not. It's still very far from something like Stu that just dominates if it's not banned.
Yeah, then it's near enough a good portion through this first game. Now, we are going to be seeing Leon from both teams, and Salado de Frutas wrapping their fruits in their names as well. Love to see that, but Javi is going to be playing that Jesse on the other side of things, something that is going to be played by both teams as well, as I spot Melny on it just as I say that. Andrew picking up pull nice and early. Melny with a super over this right-hand side too, going to give him a good amount of tanking capability. Gets the slow off as well, and the heals from the Energize are going to be coming in. Pull on the other side from Andrew. Tanked by an Invis turret there from Blacksea, and that is going to be near enough evened out here, but BD have got some really good pressure on now.
Yeah, this is gonna be winding up that lead a bit more now for Blood Diamond, as they have that left zone control, and Blacksea just with a super can heal up pretty much constantly during that super time. He's gonna get a nice angle, gets the kill, but does go down the slow, keeping him in the toxic area just a little bit too long for him to be able to tank. And this is looking really good for Blood Diamond. Although we have a nice retake, Melny does fall. That's gonna leave Andre in a 1 versus 3, and there's not much he can do at this point. This is looking excellent for BD.
Yeah, I must say, Blood Diamond have been looking very, very strong recently, especially in other competitions as well. They managed to get to the monthly qualifiers, defeating, I believe it was Exo Free Agents twice, and even beating them once isn't an easy task. So being able to do that twice really does show that their level has increased heavily since what we've seen them in the past. And yeah, again, it's showing here. We have seen them take the first game versus Salado de Frutas, and they're not a team that you can easily walk over either.
Yeah, they're definitely a team on the rise. I feel like they can be a bit compared to teams like Totem, if you look like at 2 months ago, something like that, where they really start to pop off. But obviously, you know, Totem really has been popping off lately. And Blood Diamond, they're showing a very similar trend. They have a lot of talent on that team. A lot of those guys have played together for a long time as well, so they know each other well. They know how to, you know, play as a team, and that just really goes a long way sometimes, especially, you know, around the mid-season area where there has been some roster changes that have been quite tough for some of the main teams. That's the perfect opening for them to swoop in and try to get as much value off as possible.
Definitely so, and as you say, that's the perfect time for them to do so. Still very much in contention for those higher up spots in the region. And we're going to be seeing the exact same comment coming out from Blood Diamond, and also we're going to be seeing it from Salado de Frutas as well, carrying through that Barley, which was a really surprising pick for me to see in the first place. But I imagine it's to try and take down that Leon turret, which isn't going to be getting too much value. But once he does start cycling those supers and doesn't rely on that Lollipop drop to give him the invis, it's going to be very difficult for Barley to do much here. He is pressured back fairly early on as well, but Blood Diamond aren't in the best position either. I've got a slight lead though, as you do see Salado de Frutas coming off this zone to try and get some pressure, which is a common trend to see, so not really in too much of a tough position.
Yeah, so far it's very much just about capturing your own sides and kind of see where you can find a bit of aggression and maybe get a bit of an advantage, test the grounds. But so far, look at that. It's going to be Salado de Frutas to engage in enemy territory first, and Rafa being so low HP. Easy kill for Andre. He has a pull as one. This could result in a pretty nice early lead for Salado de Frutas. Not necessarily percentage-wise, but on enemy side of the map, which is just so much more valuable.
Definitely so, but here comes that Leon Invis. Is getting scouted out very heavily, but Invisiheal going to top him off on that HP that he has lost. Pull available now, but he knows that he's got that turret to tank. He does throw it down a bit early. He's going to get pulled in, and a trade out from Rafa as well. And Javi does have his turret, throwing it up high. Going to be getting a slow off onto Andre, and this is where the percentage is really going to tick forwards. And also it's where Salado de Frutas are going to really regret not picking up their home zone a bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, you see right now they do have that pretty fast retake, and that means that while defending, they can capture it anyways and kind of make up for that little gap. And now they take back the lead only by 1%. but sometimes that already is enough to kind of define a pacing that can be advantageous. But for that, they really need to utilize all their tools the best way they can. Rafa has the pull available, gets it onto Andre. That's going to be a quick elim. It barely looked like he would even hit that, but it was just that close. And look, this is now the invade from Blood Diamond. They take back the lead. They have quite a lot of control. Only Andre left alive, and that is pretty much going to decide it here for Blood Diamond. I don't see how they can get pushed back.
You say that, but it does look like it's coming forward. But even if they do get pushed back, they're not really going to have too much time regardless to get that offensive zone. 14% needed, and they're still staying on the aggressive, so you're just not going to push through that. Looking like Blood Diamond are going to take this first set here. A bit of a struggle in the second one, but that first game did look very, very convincing, which has really got to worry Salada and Frutas. They haven't got enough points on the board to be able to go out at this kind of time. And honestly, Blood Diamond are looking very good right now. Rafa slotting onto a very comfortable brawl for him, and Black Sea just being able to play that Leon so well. It kind of makes me question whether that Barley pick was the right choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think Barley, always when Jean is meta, it's kind of a dangerous pick to go for, because, you know, Jean is kind of counterintuitive, or at least it kind of counters the purpose of Barley, that is going to be to play around those walls, whereas with Jean, you want to remove them as much as possible, and you will by using those pools. So having it on your team is already going to be a bit weird, but if there's one on the enemy side as well, it's just going to be a lot of pools, a lot of the walls disappearing, and making things a bit awkward sometimes for Barley. So I'm not sure about that move. I feel like also against the Leon, it's not ideal. It can be alright at scouting, but even then, it's not that large of a zone for each shot, and you can get sneaked up on. And with 3000 HP, if he gets anywhere near you, you're going to be dead. There's no question of being able to tank a little bit and be fine. You'll be dead if he decides to go for you, and that makes it very rough. He was using the right gadget, but still, it's really hard to know exactly when to pump it if you don't know when the Leon is on you.
Yeah, and I mean, even with that Leon, with that gadget, you know, it's really not going to make too much difference having that Barley to take it down rather fast, because by the time you've got all three of his turrets down, it's going to be, they're already going to be in an aggressive position and in your face. And I think he was using the main reason because he knows Barley's going to be able to take them down. He can just use them to tank those Gene Pulls, which is going to be even more advantageous when he does get in those aggressive positions like he was, pushing up to the zone. And he'd just be able to block that pull. Even though it didn't really go for it, it still managed to tank a couple of shots, especially because it's got that 1.5k HP as well.
All right, well, let's see what Blood Diamond can do out of Siege here, if they can keep that pressure up, or if Salada the Frutas can perhaps start their comeback. This is going to be first couple of bolts for Blood Diamond. I think none yet. Yeah, one for Salada the Frutas. Is that going to be enough for the tie? I don't think so. And this is going to be a first bot for the Blood Diamond side of things. And we do have a couple of bolts going the way of Salada now, so they will have a bit of a bolt lead. And this is just very valuable, especially for the second bot, but maybe even for the third one. It so often makes a difference.
Wall going to be coming in from Melanie there, but all that focus on the bot did just allow him to push over and get a nice simple break through the mid. And that's going to do a lot, especially because now the Sprout Wall can't wall off one of the lanes and make it a lot harder to be on the offense. And Black's able to get a nice angle there, and he does get him taken down too. I believe the gadget did just come in time to get that super back to his hands on the side of the Sprout. But Andrew with a nice homemade recipe there, taking down Black Sea, the Rico, and Salada and Frutas look like they've got some good control now, and it looks like Blood Diamond are going to have to rely on a lot of damage coming in this round.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid position, especially considering Melanie has a super, he has a gadget to take it back and make the bot rotate a little bit longer as well, so this could be quite a good situation for them. Actually, the fact that the wall is open is not going to help that defense a whole lot. They're going to take quite a bit of damage, maybe even be able to finish it. Look at that. Yeah, that's more than enough damage. And Blood Diamond take this game, a bit of a clutch game, but, you know, considering they won the two first games in our previous set pretty comfortably, it's still looking really good on their side, absolutely.
Yeah, this is the power of Blood Diamond now. They're beating them in even mirror matchups. You cannot blame the comp anymore about playing that Barley. They've just absolutely taken them by storm. They knew they had to get the damage down, and even if not finishing it, a lot of damage had to come in to be able to secure that win, because you can sometimes rely on a defense, especially when you've got that Sprout and they didn't have the walls broken either. You can rely on that defense, but they knew they could just finish that off. As soon as that Rico came in with super and the wall was broken, Sprout couldn't wall off one of those sides and make it rotate all the way around yet again. So the damage was inevitably going to come in. It was just a question of how much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, I didn't even notice that the wall was blown up by the Piper. But a very important move, I think, in this defense. It's why it got so fragilized, because Sprout doesn't deal any damage. And sure, the wall is gonna buy a little bit of extra time compared to, as if the bot could just move straight. But it's really not a lot. And I feel like maybe you should have tried to remove the wall and place it on the right side again. It's kind of hard because it's a very short timing where you can afford to do it. Otherwise, he just goes back anyways. But I don't know. He definitely had some gadgets left at this point.
Yeah, the window of opportunity is short, as you did say, and some good pressure coming through from Salada de Frutas now. Blacksy's regardless able to pick that up just due to that bouncy castle coming through on the left-hand side, getting some heals back in his health bar, should I say. And BD yet again taking a dominant start of this game, and not even able to pick up one bolt for the second this time. And honestly, Blood Diamond are just looking so strong right now. You've got to worry for Salada de Frutas if they're not able to get a good push out.
Yeah, just as a reminder, this is match point, so one more win for Blood Diamond, and this is pretty much going to be over. And look at the damage. They want to make this a one push. They might get punished for it a little bit, but still 75% of what level 2 bots. They're not complaining for that one. Look at that. Javi going for the wall shrew, using his super to push himself in. That was really cool. Not every day that you see it actually being utilized. I mean, it didn't change all that much, but at least it was a safe rotation back to his lane.
Salada de Frutas going to be giving up here. Melny and John just not wanting any more of this pain of being taken down over and over again by Blood Diamond. Possible defense could have come in if it's right, but only 9,000 damage left, and they're just going to let that boss walk directly through and take their safe, and that is going to be wrapping up the first one. Blood Diamond going to be moving on, and taking it down a team such as Salada de Frutas with that much ease just makes you think how far they're going to go in this bracket.
Yeah, that was very strong on the side of Blood Diamond. I think we expect them to be slight favorites coming against Noble Elite, but that was, more than slight favorites for sure. Really strong performance on their end. Salada de Frutas. We saw some of their stuff, especially in Hot Zone, that was all right. But then in Siege, it just really went downhill quickly, and they were never able to catch up with Blood Diamond. That got every single Siege bot as well, right? Out of the Siege set. So just very convincing how much control they were able to get, and how much they could capitalize off it as well, finishing games before getting towards that third bot. Just making sure you don't have that little bit awkward moment where you dominated for like 70% of the game and you end up not having the last bot where they can fully commit. I mean, if you don't get to your third bot ever, you're not gonna have any problems with that.
Yeah, no worries from Blood Diamond there. I do think they've always got that bolt advantage, and they've always got the mid control as well, and it just felt so strong from them there, wanting to wrap up that one nice and fast. Did commit a couple of pushes as well, but were able to maintain the mid control regardless, which just shows how strong they were in that mid. Being able to hold out on a 2v3, knowing that they can keep that lead in their advantage, just really shows how much faith they had in themselves to take that game nice and quickly. But that one's out of the way, and Blood Diamond are going to be victorious rather easily. And honestly, I feel like they're going to go quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, if they play like this, they can maybe even go all the way, to be honest. That was a very high-level performance on their end. And we've seen those come and happen more and more often recently. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them pull something off like that against, some of the top teams in the bracket. Talking about those, Tribe Gaming EU versus Senpai. Two teams that are in a very interesting place. I think that Tribe Gaming has had their struggles lately. They've been, catching up here and there, but still failing to qualify this month is going to be a hard loss. But they had some decent performances after that as well. So still a bit in the air in what shape they are at the moment versus Senpai, where it's kind of the other way around. They've struggled for a long time, and I feel like they've had some of their chances in the monthly qualifiers, beating some top teams over there as well. So I'm not entirely sure about this one. I feel like on paper, you still absolutely got to go with Tribe Gaming, but Senpai has shown us that they can upset some of the biggest names. Maybe Tribe Gaming is a name they can upset today as well.
Maybe so, and I feel like, honestly, Tribe Gaming at the moment, they're kind of like how Totem used to be with their inconsistency. It really depends which Tribe Gaming you see show up. You know, they just sometimes play absolutely phenomenally and can rival even the best teams in the world. But then sometimes you see them being upset by, you know, those lower tier teams who you should expect them to beat, such as Sampi, and they just do take a loss against them. So they're going to have to give it the all here, and I feel like they can't take anything for granted, especially against a team Sampi who have been on the rise recently. I've seen them take a couple of games against good teams, as you've said. And, you know, they've just got to be really worried about that, give it their all, and hopefully they're going to be bringing their better selves today.
Yeah, well, Siege and Bounty are going to be banned as well as Heist. The team names have yet to be updated, so I'm not sure who banned who. I'm assuming Blue is Tribe, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me think. I feel like Tribe would more rather ban Siege. Yeah, indeed, it is Tribe. So Siege and Bounty are gone. Heist is going to be banned by Senpai, which leaves us with Brawl. Let me think, Hot Zone as well as Gem Grab. So we'll see in what order we see those. I had to think for a second. I wanted to make sure, you know, I wouldn't look like a fool. But yeah, I mean, I think there are modes that work pretty well for Tribe. I think they're honestly fine with backyard ball as first pick. Obviously, it is the pick from Senpai, but I don't think Tribe dislike that decision. So we'll see how that goes. I think that from the draft perspective, it's not looking too bad for Tribe. Obviously, we'll have to see for the bans as well what is going to come in place.
Yeah, I feel like these two maps being selected, and Parallel Play is obviously going to be the second one, but I feel like it definitely benefits their kind of playstyle. They like to play on the defensive quite a lot, which is heavily the case in Backyard Bowl, and also Parallel Plays as well. You know, it's controlled aggression, sometimes defensive plays, so I feel like that benefits them heavily as well. Harder Up Mine being a game mode that does literally require that staying alive and being passive. You know, you've got to think that Tribe Gaming are going to be heavily favourites in this with those maps being selected. Ban's going to be there as well, with Stu and Primo being banned out by Tribe Gaming, and Buzz and Bell by Sampi, exact same bans as last time. And you do expect to see them in the majority of games, top 4 brawlers, around about top 4 brawlers in the meta at the moment. And honestly, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I agree. I even feel like Senpai maybe lost an opportunity, perhaps going for a Gene ban instead of a Buzz, because I feel like Buzz is not the kind of brawler we would see too much here, especially coming from Tribe, and maybe force them to go for that ban. I'm not so sure, but you know, I always like when you are the underdog to take some sort of a risk and not play too like plain in a way. I think you have to bring in some new and refreshing stuff. Otherwise, it's just gonna lower your chances of winning, because you know, risks, it makes it more volatile, and sometimes for the good reasons, sometimes for the bad reasons. But in an underdog position, it's a kind of gamble that I think you should take. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. I don't know if you think otherwise, Trev.
No, I do think the same, actually. I know a lot of teams are going to be banning that Gene against the likes of Tribe Gaming. Throws them off a little bit, and if not that, you've got to ban something else that they are rather comfortable with. But, you know, Tribe Gaming, they always seem to be playing better when it's their kind of meta, and I feel like this is the meta that they really want to strive for. I think the most common bans they do bring out are that Stu and Primo, so I feel like they're very comfortable with no matter what else other teams ban. Making sure they're getting those brawlers out of the way first, and you just can't play into a team like Tribe Gaming's hands, and I feel like that's exactly what Sampi have done here. So, you know, I'm a little bit worried for them, but I was worried for them in the qualifiers, and they pulled something miraculous out of the bag, so I honestly can't say who's going to win this.
Yeah, I see it the same way. You know, I think that it's two teams that are probably closer in level than they've ever been, but I still think that Tribe, you know, has just so much more experience, and it's also good maps to apply it. It's maps that are about patience, that are about a slower play, and you know, the nerves on the side of Tribe are definitely, you know, they've been through a lot more in the competitive scene, and I think that gives them a big advantage coming into this matchup. But we never can count anyone out of a match. You know, upsets are what make things always fresh and always exciting in Brawl Stars, and I'm definitely down for that as well. I do feel like, as you said, on paper, Tribe Gaming should have this one. You know, they should be comfortable getting into this match.
Yeah, I definitely think so too. I mean, in my eyes, I think Sampi are going to pull out some really risky comps, regardless of what they've picked and banned. That might not have worked out for them perfectly, but that just even, it adds to the fact that they need to pull something out of the bag. And I feel like some heavy, risky counter comps might be the best way to go about it, and that might be what they're going for. And yeah, we will see that in the first game. They're going to be playing Max, Bull, and BB.
That is definitely an interesting comp. I think it relies a lot on that max super, but look at that. That's actually already going to be double kill, an easy goal as well from Rolex and Senpai. As you rightly said, taking some risks, and that's what I was looking for as well. Maybe a bit disappointed in the draft system, but in game one, at least they're delivering. And sure, there might be some very different dynamics later on once we get some mirror matchups or some, picks that just don't work. From Senpai, but I think this was the absolute right direction, and it's paying off early on so far. Let's see if they can hold it up for the next minute and 45 seconds.
Kind of seems like Tribe are going to be heavily relying on Tom to do quite a lot of work this match. Obviously, Spike being one of those brawlers that does counter those tanks, and it looks like Drage might be able to get the walk in. No, defended really well by Loden, and just waiting for that speed. Looks like he's going to be fairly close to it, as they are kind of clumping up a little bit in that spawn, waiting for a couple more shots maybe. That Spike Gadget going to be taken down relatively fast as well. Spen just securing a super, which is going to go a long way, especially with the aggression of this comp. Probably just going to be trying to break some walls up, and Drage is going to be using that speed star power on Leon as well, which I feel is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, I've seen him play it very often, actually. I know that the majority of players will play the heal, but I've seen him play this one multiple times already, which is definitely interesting, as you point out. I would love to hear his thoughts about it, to be honest, and why he always likes to pick this one, or at least much more often than anyone else. Oh, that's a mischarge shot. That's a big mistake. And look at that, Senpai. They managed to defend it off, and sure, it's still not looking great on their end, but that could have been a goal.
Yeah, not just the missed super shot either. That Leon super is going to go a long way, especially with the surprise factor that it can bring. Looks like Rolex is just going to be walking one up the map now, trying to make something happen out of it. Don't think he sees Drage there, as he does try to charge in, and that's a lot of DPS going to be dealt into his face as he does go for that. But looks like Sampier is still in very good position, especially with Lodon holding this nicely, not getting hit. Some nice jukes on some curveballs there. Eventually going to get hit though, and Drage going to have to make something happen now, just going to be running around in circles as Rolex tries to cut him off on his path through. Lodon just going to pick that ball up super over to the other side, but Spen's there to jump onto it, and this is looking like it's going to be game over, but Tom grabs the ball, isn't able to get far enough towards the goal, and that's going to be the first game to go into Sampi in a very risky comp, and it paid off, as we said it should.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to think about this, because I like the fact they took a risk, and I think they're a great comp to work with it, but still, it was a struggle like that to clutch up multiple times. You had to rely on a charge shot, just not going in. So it didn't feel like a comfortable win, although I do think they had a very good comp to face Tribe here. But at the same time, Tribe had a bit of a late game advantage. The more the walls open up, the harder it's going to be for the tanks. They have less cover. They lose more HP on their way close to you, and then you're in a matchup you can actually win even in those close fights. So yeah, I'm a bit mitigated, to be completely honest. I'm not so sure yet what to think about this first game. I think that Senpai, good for them. They get the first game here, a risk that pays off. But I wasn't super convinced either, I think, by their performance with that comp.
Yeah, I feel like it flowed as it should do to start with. You expect the tanks to get an early goal, especially when you don't have those supers. Yeah. And a Leon super's not going to really affect it too much if you do get it on the defensive side of things. You want to be using that aggressively. So having no supers is really going to benefit Sampi off the start. But as I said, it flowed as it should. But then just not being able to take advantage of that goal there that Drage probably should have got, that's where the flow was kind of disrupted. And, if they'd had got that goal, it's going to overtime. And I don't think they've got any chance of winning that.
Yeah, well, let's see how this one goes. We have a bit of a more traditional matchup, but Gene versus Piper mid on the left-hand side. It's going to be the Sprout versus Crow. Definitely going to be interesting, and those supers are going to be required to open things up here. Or well-placed gadgets, but the Spike fight on the right-hand side is going to put Kaja in a bit of an awkward position, but a nice pinch from Rolex. Lodon wins his lane as well, and this is looking pretty good from Senpai. Are going to get quite a bit of control out of it, and Drage was a very important kill, I think, to open things up a bit on the right-hand side, give Tribe a bit more space to breathe and force Senpai back.
Yeah, Drake's going to be falling down though, and the Gadget's not really going to be doing too much in that back right-hand corner. Just holding nicely on the side of Sampy now. Got the that Sprout wall in hand. Going to be in the corner from Tom though, and it looks like Tribe are just going to play for the overtime here. Just wait out a little bit where that Sprout's not going to have too much of an advantage over them as it does now, but an aggressive push coming in, wall going down as well, and that's going to allow Loden to kind of throw another one across, and what an absolutely amazing wall that is. Shot missed though, but Tom cannot defend that in the slightest, and Sampy taking another lead with only about a minute and 10 seconds left. Tribe are going to have to make something absolutely amazing happen.
My god, that wall was just beautiful. Just completely, like, two-thirds of Tribe Gaming were just locked on the wrong side. That was just a disaster on their end, and Loden showing why they went for that Sprout pick as well. 50 seconds left for Tribe Gaming to make something out of this set. Otherwise, they're going to be a set behind in the best of 3 that can be quite hurtful for your match, especially since Tribe, I'm not even sure if they have enough points secured already to ensure qualification. We'll have to check that with admins, but going out early could be a bit of a disaster for this season. We'll find that out soon enough as Rage pushes forward. A wall is going to be placed, but opened up by Spen. Let's see if they can capitalize on that. It should definitely help, but 15 seconds left. A shot, Rolex catches it, and that could have been the final chance for Tribe.
Yeah, that is going to be it. As the wall goes down, and so do they in terms of sets. 1-0 to Sampy now. And as you said, Tribe are not in a good position at all now. Losing that first set is never a good thing to do in a best of 3, best of 3. And on top of that, they went out early last week after winning the first qualifier, so they do not have anywhere near enough points to be able to guarantee themselves qualification. Yeah. And going out this early, not securing any points at all, is going to be absolutely disastrous for them.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you know, they did get a very good placement in the first week, so they have still a lot of points. They are in a position where if they go, they don't have to win this qualifier to qualify, but still going out round of 16, that's 0 points. That's 0 points, and it means, you know, a lot of teams that are quite close behind, if they just make it top 8 or top 4 or go to the finals, they can really threaten their spot, and that would be very, very unfortunate. Well, it's a best of 3. There's still 2 sets to go through. I mean, at least 1 set to go through, and Tribe Gaming are going to give it their all. It's going to be their pick. It's going to be where they should shine. I mean, Parallel Plays is one of their best maps in general as well. They've been performing really, really well over there. So I want to see more. I want to see more. I feel like in Backyard Bowl, they had some really nice chances, but they couldn't quite close them out. They were almost teasing us to a certain extent, you know, getting some really solid pushes, but then they couldn't quite find the finish they were looking for. Let's see if maybe we can have a different story here for Parallel Plays.
Yeah, going to be seeing those Leons once again, and we're also going to be seeing both Jesse and Gene making a return on both sides. So it's really going to come down to who can really pull off this mirror comp a bit better. And honestly, off the start, Sampy are in a much better position. They've got some good damage on. Tom falling low, Drage is 1 shot at the back, and the Lollipop drop goes down on top of that too. So aggression from Carjar coming in, going to secure even the smallest amount of percentage, is going to go a long way. Does waste his invis though, but that's not going to be affecting too much, as Drage doesn't even have anywhere near his yet.
Now Rolex trying to reset the heal onto Drage. Not able to get that just yet, but the knockback will. So far, Rolex trying to get a couple extra percentages before going down. And this is looking more and more like Senpai are gonna be on a pretty even footing, I would say, so far against Tribe. Still have a little bit of to capture on their side, so a very small lead, but it's really not that much, and they are about to cap their own zone soon enough as well. Just a couple of percentages they got early on against Tribe. Tom is going to get pulled. That's a nice opening. Drage versus Kaja on the right-hand side. Kaja pushes in, just goes for the wide flank. He knows that if they have the lead and can just focus their resources on that side, they might just win this game.
Yeah, turret comes down though. That's a lovely slow from Tom there. Karja not going to fall just yet though. Rolex going to be using that lamp blowout to get a bit of health back in his, back in. I keep on making that mistake. Back in his health bar. But Karja going to be only 1 on defense now. Secured that zone fully as well. 5% left. to even it out. And now Tribe are going to be taking the lead here. Heals coming in from Spen, as well as Rage going in. Viz is going to be allowing a lot of pressure coming in. Surprising load on as well. Rolex going to be taken down too. And this is the exact game that Tribe needed, being on the lower side of things, losing the first set, and also having a percentage deficit. It's an absolutely amazing comeback to make, and that's going to put the momentum back in their favor.
Well, would you look at that? Senpai started things off very nicely here on Parallel Plays, but you know, it's a marathon, and Tribe Gaming are the ones to crush the finish line first. You know, this is the patience play we were talking about as well. I think that Senpai maybe lost a bit of patience once they had that double kill and they wanted to commit fully on the left zone. They couldn't hold it. They lost a player in the process. And later on just lost his own very quickly and couldn't quite capitalize on that move, because I really like that idea, and I think it's also to a certain extent the right way to play, especially when you are the underdog, is to take those risky decisions even in game, where you have to think, okay, we have a 5% lead, we have a double kill. If we can get that zone and be all three of us in there, we can just, you know, win this game and force them to constantly attack us. And if they want to split up and you know, capture some of our zone, they'll never catch up and they'll never get us out of position. And the execution just wasn't right here for Senpai, and Tribe Gaming were able to punish them for them being a bit too hasty.
Yeah, they did have a bit of a lead, though, to be fair. They had two people on the offensive zone with still a couple of percent secure on the defensive one, too. So they were definitely in a good position, but Drage was just able to get away on that offensive side of things. Rolex going very aggressive off the start and matching that of Karjal, too. He's going to have to retreat now, though, as both of them fall very low, and a pinch comes in onto load on two. Really nice takedowns, but Tribe is going to be there with the wall, and Spen going to be able to throw it down, but trapping himself in with them, getting some good shots off for his troubles, though. And that means that they're just not going to be able to push just yet. Tom getting pulled in as well, though. And they do have a slight lead, but as we keep on saying, it's on their defensive zone. It's not going to mean too much. Sampi now getting on the aggressive zone, and Spen falls too. And Sampi are in a good position now.
Yeah, this is very threatening for Tribe Gaming. They need to be careful at this point. Looking for the lollipop. Is going to get it out of the way. Drage with some really nice shots on Kaja while he's invisible, but still not able to hit that pull. Maybe a bit of a risky pull as well, to be honest, but they're able to deal with this defense. And sure, there is a good lead right now for Senpai, but Tribe are proactive. They want to go immediately to that right zone and kind of match that. Let's see if they're able to pierce through that defense from Senpai, and that pull should definitely help out.
Karja yet again going in the aggressive though, and choosing a perfect time to do it, I must say, just dragging Tom back as he knows that Spen can't deal with it on his own without any help. He does get a good amount of pressure back on, and Sampi have still got a large amount of that defensive zone secure. Even more than 50% of that defensive zone is going to be there to take. And Rolex now on the offensive too. Senpai getting pulled in as Drage does hit that, and now load on his own on that defense. But even if he just stays in that zone, it's going to provide him with the lead that they do need to be able to take this one. Tribe getting the takedown though and staying on this offensive. Rolex is still there too. Needs some jukes against Spen though to stay in that offensive position. Whole offensive zone secured now, and they're just going to go back for this defensive one. But a lovely wall from Spen, stopping him in his tracks, and this is looking like they're going to be able to get this one closed out. And that is going to be Tribe taking the second set and going on to the third and final.
Well, that's exactly what Tribe Gaming needed right now. A clean 2-0 set, regain a bit of confidence. I mean, I'm sure they didn't really lose that either out of one set, you know, but still getting a bit more comfortable and making sure that the modes they want to play and they absolutely picked as well, they can get that sort of performance down. And I still think Senpai played pretty well. I think some of the decisions is where it went wrong. I think that mechanically they won a lot of interactions. It's more that some of the decisions were a little bit off, deciding when to push and where to allocate their resources. And they left some really big open gaps in their own defense when they were attacking too much. And yeah, things kind of went downhill from there. But I still think they had a pretty decent hot zone set, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them perform well in Jam Grab. Although Jam Grab is also a game mode where Tribe Gaming, you know, has just a ton of experience, and they've been performing pretty well across the board on every map. So this is looking like it should go the way of Tribe Gaming. Momentum, you know, being on their side as well. But Senpai, I don't think they're done fighting just yet.
Yeah, as you say, it's just that mistake on the defensive side of things, not securing that defensive zone early enough that did cost him 2 of those hot zone games. So that's where it lies, and they're still looking very good. They've just got to iron out those mistakes. Going to be playing that max tank comp again, just switching up the aggressive brawlers, and that might work out well for them. Kaja already getting a good amount of super secured, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing with that Mortis pick. A nice pinch coming in on Drage. Now he's going to get some heals from those healing puffs of Spen, and the pinch is coming in now. Drage going to fall down. Super secured, though, on both Lodon and Drage, which can really mix it up quite a bit.
Yeah, Kaja trying to apply as much pressure as possible, and honestly, I really like to come from Senpai. I really like the idea. It's not even too much about getting kills, but with those brawlers, you can stay alive for so long and just force Tribe to assess all their resources to defense and to their side of the map, and have load and pretty much run free and pick up gems. Obviously, you need to be super careful about those pools that Spen can come with, and so far it is going to be Tribe with a little bit of a lead. That Sandy Sandstorm is definitely helping out as well, keeping them concealed and hidden in that center area. Slow only connects on Drage. Kaja with his bats doesn't find as much value as he wanted, but does get the kill eventually, and he's looking for more. Gets a reset on Drage, heals, but with the magic puffs right next to him, that's not quite going to be as significant, and Rolex goes down. Things still looking pretty good for Tribe, all things considered.
Yeah, just keep on getting shut down on these aggressive brawlers. You know, Drage's stun goes a long way, and so does Tom just playing Rico in general. It's going to be allowing them to shut down these aggressive plays that they need to be making to be able to take this game, and it's looking quite good. Karjai looking like he's going to cycle some bats now. Does get the shot off on Drage, and if he lines it up properly, he takes down Spen. But the lamp blowout comes in time, giving him 600 HP. He's still there, though. Only Tom left, and even regardless to picking up those gems, still going to be taking the lead in Senpai's favor. Bounce Castle comes in, but Rolex is there to pick up a few gems on the other side of things. Super available yet again, and even if he dies in this aggressive position, they're still going to be able to keep this mid control long enough to stop the countdown from being reset.
Man, I love the way Senpai plays. I really enjoy watching this, and it's looking like match point is going to be coming up here for the red side of things. And Senpai, I mean, you can say what you want about taking riskier comps and that kind of stuff, but that's how you should be approaching things against, you know, a strong favorite like Tribe Gaming. And Tribe Gaming were just not ready. It's almost a comp they already saw earlier, you know what I mean? And this time it does have a lot more regen, and it's a lot more tanky with something like a Rosa. But still, I think it's a really smart approach. It's something we haven't seen in a while, and that was effective a couple months ago already. So it's not something completely new, but it's working. And I think that the synergy between the brawlers is just so good. Getting that movement speed on the max, being able to make sure those tanks just close the gap because they're so much faster, that can go a really long way. And Max is already such a strong independent brawler, being able to dash out of a gene pool or dash back to safety from pretty much any sort of threat, or even just tank through a Piper shot. It's just very versatile, and I think this is a comp we might see more in the future. It is going to be the kind of comps that you can absolutely counter with the right brawlers on the sides of Tribe. So we'll see if Senpai are down to bring it again. I expect them to do it just like in Backyard Bowl, where it's going to be more or less a more traditional comp on their side for Game 2.
Yeah, it just seems like every time they take a risky comp, it really does benefit them heavily. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do choose to do it again and just try to go for the counter against them once more, just to keep this lead in their favor. And being match point, they've got a lifeline as well. They've got 1 in 2 chances to get that comp right. And as we saw, when it comes down to the mirror, just looking at the scoreline, Tribe were absolutely dominant, 2-0 in Hot Zone when both of the games were a mirror. You know, they don't want to be taking that, even just looking at the statistics, never mind their mindset. They just don't want a mirror against Tribe, and that's why I think they'll keep on going these surprising comps that might be able to take a surprising win against them.
Yeah. Who knows? They could go for the same and just, you know, kind of try to convince Tribe that they're going to switch over to something more traditional and catch them off guard again and just double down on that. They could go for something different or something more traditional. The options are open, and the fact is that no matter what, Senpai, they're going to be more comfortable in approaching this decision than Tribe, because right now they can afford to lose one more game than Tribe. They don't have a match point against them. They have a match point in their favor, and that just changes the dynamic quite a lot, because right now it's really just more about Tribe trying to find out what's going to happen. And look at that, they're going to bring in a very similar comp on the side of Tribe with the Gene still on their side. Interesting meta for the least.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this kind of meta. I feel like maybe the bans just line up perfectly for it. Tribe going to be taking an early lead, 3 gems now, but Drake does have 2 in his hands, which really isn't the favourable thing for them. They do want them to be keeping them heavily on that Gene. Slow does come in from BrawlX though, but Tom's still got that damage lead. Drake able to take the kill yet again over that left-hand side. And Tribe are just in such an amazing position. Even if Drake goes on the aggressive and drops those 2 gems, they're still going to have double the amount of gems of Sampy at this point.
Yeah, not too much of a problem, and Drage is just on the hunt against Kaja. Now, they do both have a super at this point, and that can make things a little bit more awkward in that fight. We have a Rosa fight like we used to love back when Rosa was released. Fights that just take pretty much forever. It is going to be won ultimately by Tom. But look at that, Spen goes down, and Kaja is able to seal 4 gems away. There's 3 on Loden as well, but look at Drage. He's able to get the kill that matters here, and sure, Loden doesn't lose his gems, but still, that's 4 gems that could have been enough to secure a countdown for Senpai. That Tribe is able to clutch up, and Rolex gets pulled. That's 2 more gems on their side, plus a little bit more of a chance towards control. Drage is low HP. Can he get that kill? He will, with only 100 HP in the end. Oh my, those fights are close, but it seems like Tribe is coming out on top so far, at least gem-wise.
Yeah, I don't understand Rolex's aggressive position in there. He did just feed them 2 gems. Drage looking like he's fallen low, but Karja even lower. Does waste an ammo though. Tom can just push up aggressively for this gem. No reset available unless they do get the takedown. But with these brawlers on the capability of just Tom being able to tank it and Drage running away, they are getting pinned in heavily though. Pull available from Spen, but this really isn't looking too good at all. The takedown is there, and the countdown goes in the other side of things. Karja being able to get away, and they're running away with it. 12 gems to 7, and this might be the biggest upset of the night unless they can get a reset. This is match point, remember, as well. Sampy with the countdown, 5 seconds left for Tribe to do it, and it's just not looking likely. Clumping up, and that is going to be Tribe being knocked out in the round of 16 this early on in a surprising upset.
My goodness, Senpai looking really, really good. I mean, you have to hand it to them as well, you know? I mean, they played it risky, but the risk paid off. And it's those kind of matches where you would love to see Tribe go through. You would love to see them in the playoffs. They still have a chance, with the last chance qualifier next week. So it's not the last time we see them, but obviously a bit of a heartbreaking way to end those regular qualifiers. But on the other side, Senpai, I think they did deserve this win. They played very well on both a mechanical standpoint, and their comps were on point. They took some risks. Every single one of their risks paid off. And at some point, you can't just call it random if it always works. Obviously, it's a best of 3. You know, you can only measure it to this scale, and we have to see how it works against more top teams. But they had some really good performances in the monthly qualifiers against some top teams. They're showing that today again. And Senpai is a team that I think everyone should keep under their radar, just, you know, to see what's up, because they're coming up with some really, really cool comps.
Yeah, cool comps and good results as a result of it. Taking a win against Tribe is not an easy thing to do, but Sampy just seemed to be the kind of team who were upsetting everybody at this point. In the qualifiers, took a good few games against really top teams, and now Tribe gaming as well. Going to be advancing them to the quarterfinals, and I'm really excited to see how far they can go now. I do feel like Tribe were the dominant team in the gem grab set, especially in that second game, but the turnaround potential of both of their comps was just too much, especially with how far they backed off so early. And it was just there, and everything lined up perfectly, pinched into a corner, and the takedowns did come in, turn it around perfectly, and Senpai, you cannot fault them for it. It was absolutely amazing play and amazing comps.
Yeah, and I also think that, you know, at this level of play, being able to get those clutches against a pretty heavy favorite, that asks for some very, very strong mindset, you know, and being able to remain very calm and make sure that you don't get stressed out, that things are running out of control, and being able to clutch so consistently as well throughout this final set. I'm very impressed by Senpai. Already was at the qualifiers, and you know, both of us, when we came into this match, we were there like, yeah, Senpai, you know, even though on paper everything looks good for Tribe Gaming in this match, Senpai is not a team we can disregard, and they exactly proved why.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a quick look at how the leaderboard is coming into this qualifier now, because that's going to make a huge upset. Tribe Gaming going out in the round of 16 and not gathering any points at all, going towards these playoffs, does really allow the likes of Totem and Exo Frigents, if they do make it far. Obviously, Solada de Frutas also seen going out, so that's the 6th seed and the 3rd seed, both going out in these early round of 16 rounds. But the capability of Reply Totem and Exo Frigents getting to those playoffs over Tribe Gaming now is just too large to ignore.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's a really, really good situation for them now, because if they just make it a couple rounds in, they can secure enough points, be comfortable, and make sure they go to those playoffs. And Tribe, they're in those situations that as a player you hate. You hate having to wait to see how others perform to know if you're qualifying or not. It's just those moments, they're just really, really not nice. But that's how life is going to be sometimes. And today is going to be one of those times. Obviously, guys, if you guys are Tribe Gaming fans, there's still a last chance qualifier. So many of those teams you saw on the leaderboard, only 3 can make it through. And there's more teams than that as well that still have a chance. Make sure you guys watch next week as well to see if they qualify. With that being said, we still have plenty more to go through today. Let's have a quick break before that, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. We already had a couple of matches behind us. We have plenty more to come. This is going to be quite a juicy one as well. My name is Teddy, obviously joined by Trav, the most handsome caster in the scene, they say. Trav, how are you doing? How do you feel about Big versus Genius G?
Yeah, it's a game that I'm really looking forward to. I always like to see how these ECA teams do fare up against the likes of Big, who have been playing absolutely amazing recently. There's no fault in Big at this point. They've taken out team after team, amazing teams included in that as well. And they're on top of the game at the moment. I keep on saying this, I'll say it again. Equac has just added such an amazing extra dimension to their team. And it feels like they're just not able to be beaten so easily this time. They're taking teams like SK to match point, and they just seem so strong at the moment. So I'm really excited to see how Genius Gene are going to fare against them. But the draft is in if you want to take us through that.
Yeah, well, Safe Zone on the highs is where we will start things off. The pick from Genius Gene. Hot Zone Parallel Plays is the pick from Big, and Siege on Factory Rush is going to be our decider, with our bans being Ruffs and Amber on the Big side of things, and Genius Gene going for Piper and Bell. Interesting. I like this approach from Genius Gene. I feel like they are going for something a little bit outside of the box, and if you look at things, I think they kind of want to push things to set number 3, because they're going for 2 bans that are mostly applicable to sets 1 and 3. Besides Bell, that can be played on parallel plays, Piper is very much just for Safe Zone and Factory Rush, and I kind of like that approach because their bans really cover, you know, the first mode, which is their pick, as well as the decider. You know, being in a situation where they don't really expect a 2-0 sweep and they don't really want to waste any bans, more specifically to parallel plays.
Yeah, honestly, I really do like the bans as well. You know, they've picked the map Safe Zone, and as you say, Factory Rush being the decider is really strong on that as well. But just banning Piper in general against Big is going to be so strong. You've got the likes of both Equac and Dean, especially Dean, who plays it so well. And that's always going to be something every team's got to be worried about, and taking that out of the mix, it just makes sure that they have got a favorable meta. And going to be 8-bit being replaced on the side of Big, and Equac's going to be playing the Stew. But then again, Byron on the other side of things with that Colette can be an absolutely amazing pairing. But it just seems like Big have gone for something that's so meta at the moment. Both Rico and Stew are just amazing, especially because of those gadgets.
They love the 8-bit as well. They've been bringing it even, you know, when they had Piper or Bell as options. They've been really big fans of that brawler. Look at Alex popping off, getting a nice pinch there as well, and that's going to be Genius Gene taking the lead for now. One point I want to point out earlier as well in the draft system is, although I really like the bans from Genius Gene, leaving Stu in the mix can be a little bit dangerous, especially considering Equac is just a monster on that brawler. But so far, they're dealing with it pretty well here, Genius Gene, and Alex has shown us some really good stuff on that Stu. It is the kind of brawlers where you can pop off, and if you have someone on your team that can, absolutely just, you know, let it go through the ban process.
He did miss a super on the safe, so let's hope that doesn't come back to bite them. Pinching down on Alex now, still proving himself in that bottom corner. Equac going to be set on fire now, but a heal from that star power going to be allowing him to stay on a good amount of HP to still stay in an aggressive position. But they're in a bit of a tough position now. Lars has super, Dean having to use that cheat cartridge back, and the damage starts to roll in now. And this is looking very good for Big now, a bit of a change of pace for them. Dean also being able to take them down, and this is looking absolutely incredible. Positioning's on point, and the damage is rolling in. And a turn of events as Big are going to take that first game when Genius Gene looked so strong at that middle part.
That was a really cool game, to be honest. I think that Genius Gene performed really well, but Big Clan, man, the composure, the calm that just remained, even though things were looking very bad at some point. They had 21% on their safe, and there was like 70% on Genius Gene safe. But as soon as they took back center control, I mean, you know, if Genius Gene is not able to push them back, damage is going to keep pouring in, and at some point, those HPs are going to run out for the save. Big Clan played this one very well. I was a bit scared with their approach, and especially I felt like Lars was really struggling to find as much value with the Rico as I was hoping for coming from a pick like that. But at the end, he absolutely made up for it, having some very nice bounces to get also damage on the save, but also make sure that no one can push him out of position, and it really worked out. So Yeah, I'm still not sure if they should go for the Rico. I like the Byron maybe a little bit more. I feel like it combines so well with 8-bit as well, to just, you know, get that extra heal. So maybe that's an option they could consider coming into the next game. But besides that, that was a pretty close game. And if Genius Gene were able to capitalize a little bit more on their pushes, maybe they could even have closed it out from the get-go. But Big just remaining really calm, playing the patience game, and just making sure they don't lose control when they can't afford to.
Yeah, who knows, maybe that missed super did kind of affect him in a way, not being able to stay in an aggressive position when the damage was there. But honestly, I can't say that the Rico pick wasn't a good one in my eyes. I feel like when they were on the aggressive, he was still up there doing some damage on the other side of things, and that's where the majority of the damage really came from. But they are taking a leaf out of your book, Teddy. They are going to be going for that Byron, as you did say, but they're keeping the Rico involved and taking the 8-bit out, which I find a bit unusual, as it did seem to work really well, especially using that G cartridge in the last game.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, the nice thing with a Byron is that even if you are, you know, a bit more further behind, you can still assist your teammates with some heals, and that's exactly what he's going for right now. And I think that's maybe what made the difference for Genius Gene in the early game as well, is that there was so much support. Look at that super! Oh my God, so much value out of that one super from Nadine, and that is gonna help Big Clan get that 25% early lead.
Yeah, and it's absolutely amazing super, I will say. And Lars being pushed back now by Alex, and a good gadget through as well. Being taken extremely low, but the heals are there. Not going to allow him to stay up, though. Bit of damage coming in from Stop Rob now, and that's exactly what he needs to be doing with this Colette, especially because Big don't have one. He needs to be able to take advantage of this super that's going to be so valuable. A couple of missed shots from Rotislav, though. I'm not sure if that was just the fact that because Stop Rob was trying to juke Nadine at the same time as getting healed, but it didn't really pay off for them, and now he's coming out of that respawn with already having a damage deficit. Not the best place to be for them. Bounce Castle coming in from Lars with the takedown alongside it. An aggressive plays from Ekwak is going to be healed up by Gasahil and Dean at the same time, so look at the play that he's making right now, and even more damage coming in, just extending the lead a bit further.
I really like that play from Lars, to be honest, because as soon as he popped his gadget, the Stu was there like, okay, this is the moment to push. He's going to go for some bounces to heal up, and then he took him down with those bounces, so that was a really nice play. Ekwak, I think, is actually going to go down to the fire there, not sure. But Stop Rob takes quite a bit of damage. Actually, Ekwak survived, never mind. The Dean can't quite pump his super to heal himself up in that position, just a little bit too quick there. Super from Rostislav is not going to be enough to secure the kill, and those bounces from Lars are just so problematic. It's going to be so hard to deal with him. Alex, I think, ran out of gadgets as well, and that pretty much just makes it impossible unless they commit 2 people to that position. But look at that damage coming through. The last shot from Lars, and Big Clan are there to just secure that first set. I mean, honestly, a good first set on their end. It was not like, it was pretty close percentage-wise, but it did feel like for the most part they had a lot of control. They had some really good decisions in the comms, and I really like their approach here for Safe Zone.
Yeah, the Rico just seems to always get into that top corner, which I don't know, just shouldn't be allowed, especially with the Stew gadget capability. I feel like when he does get in that position the first time, you've just got to use a gadget to get him out of there. It just deals damage on the other side of things, and it just means he can't get straight back into that position either. So I feel like that's the first mistake they did make, but second of all, they just never seem to be on the offense in this game. Maybe a little bit at the start and securing a bit of damage, but just not able to make any moves with that Colette, and you need to be up the map with that Colette, getting the damage on safe with those supers, and it just doesn't seem to be there. The capability of Stu and Rico to just keep control is just too strong, especially with the Byron healer number 1 on the way.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think comms were just more on point overall on the side of Big. I think that Lars also just did a fantastic job on that Rico, and I think that in that last game, he just popped off and made it impossible for them to go through pinches. And maybe also some misplays from Genius Gene, using all 3 Stu gadgets too early, that they couldn't, you know, break any of those walls on their side of the map. That just made it really awkward, and it also showed why Rico is so strong, because usually, you know, the solution is if you have someone in that position, you have to put 2 people in there, you have to deal with it, but then you're done with it for now and you can push up. With a Rico, you can easily get a kill or 2 out of that position, even if there is 2 people going for you, because they just don't have the tools to get any angles on you. Well, he can just get so many bounces, it's easy to hit those shots, and it's really hard to dodge. So honestly, a really, really smart pick that I haven't seen that often on Safe Zone yet, and I understand why Lars brought it at this point. It really showed its value.
Definitely did. Parallel play is going to be coming up next, though, and honestly, it seems like we're maybe going to be seeing a bit more of that. I was going to say Leon there, but I just completely got out of my mind that Stu's still in play, and the break would just be too much of a big capability. So we're going to be seeing Byron on the side of Genius Gene yet again, seem to be favouring that hugely playing in every single game so far. And this one, it seems like it's working out for them. They have got that aggressive position. Alex going to be using that super yet again, getting dash after dash, gas a heal, keeping him in that aggressive position, alongside Rotslav's heals too. And this is just such a good start, especially securing this offensive zone in comparison to the defensive zone. It's just looking very good for them. The pull comes through, but Alex is still there in a good position as well. Gets taken down eventually, but Rotslav's going to take down Lars as a trade too.
Yeah, Nadine on the aggressive side for Big. And Alex just absolutely melts him down. Genius Gene was a pretty decent lead so far, and they still have so much to capture on their own side. This is looking very favorable for them so far. Although Big, they still have a word to say there. Nice push coming forward from Aquag. Alex is able to dodge that pull from Lars. Alex was the elimination there as well, but Lars is there with the trade, and that should stabilize things a little bit. But Genius Gene still have quite a nice lead, and Big Clan, they're going to need to really turn things up here if they want to stand a chance in this game.
Dash coming through yet again, and Alex on the defensive yet again, and there's just nobody there to pinch with Lars. He might have that pull in hand, but a dash can really disrupt that as it has done in the past. Yet again, super available, and the heals are coming through. 14% left to gather now, and it's just looking like Big aren't really going to have an in here, as all three do seem to be pushing. But if they can get the takedowns now, it's still a capability, and it looks like it might happen here, and this could be the turnaround of dreams that Big really do need, especially in this game, to take it to match point.
Yeah, Stop Prob is going to go down. Alex goes down next, and those two elims are just going to, you know, give a bit more reinsurance to Big, that are only 5% behind. And now Genius Gene, they know they don't have time to push. They need to defend. And in a 2 versus 1, it's not going to happen. Big Clan with a big clutch here against Genius Gene to secure that match point.
Yeah, note to self, never call it too early, as I did think Genius Gene near enough had that one in the bag. 3 people pushing up, it just shouldn't have been defended that easily, I don't think. So I'm not sure if that's a lack of communication in the fact that the timing they were going to push in, or whether Big just had an absolutely amazing defense and carried that forward onto the offense too. But you kind of expect them, even with a 25% lead towards the end, be able to push through, especially because if you push on the offensive, it's a 3v2 because they've got to be securing that offensive zone at the same time. But it just didn't happen. Maybe a lack of communication kind of flopped. And this is going to be match point to Big in something that I really didn't expect looking at the first portion of that game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this was looking really good from Genius Gene. But Big, once again, you know, a lot of those game modes, they're really just about being first to finish the race. Doesn't matter if you're behind for a very long time. And Big able to just remain very, very calm and making sure they don't do any mistakes at the moments it matters the most, and being this consistent, it's just really, really hard to deal with for Genius Gene. I think one of the decisions that maybe Genius Gene I was kind of doubting from the get-go is they broke most of the walls in the enemy zone, and I feel like, especially since they were in a 2 versus 1 already in that position when they took control there, I'm not sure if it was necessary, and maybe it would have helped them, you know, stay in the zone for a little bit longer, having a bit more cover. You know, those decisions, we will never know if it did affect it, but I feel like it may have, and that's something to look into as well. There's so many of those smaller decisions where it's really just tastes and preferences, right? If you want things to be a bit more open, and that means that your enemies are going to have a harder time holding that positions. If you break it open, though, and I feel like more often than not, those walls are very advantageous when you are attacking, because it means that, you know, your enemies already capped the zone. So even though they're in the zone and you are too, you're still getting extra percentages for it. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense, but it's a small thing that I think could have gone a long way. But obviously those guys made their call, didn't quite work out this time, and it's hard to really pinpoint if, you know, that's one of the reasons why it didn't work out.
Yeah, as you say, even the smallest thing can make the biggest of differences, especially in such a close game. It's like comes down to 5%. The smallest thing could have made a huge difference, as you have just mentioned. And you know, honestly, Genius Gene have been looking good throughout. Honestly, the first game of Heist, it looked really good for them. The first game of Hot Zone, it looked really good for them, but they're just not able to close out these games, and I don't know if that's the main factor of them not being able to win it, but I'm really not too sure. I don't think we can count them out yet. They've been looking extremely good, and Big, on the other hand of things, have been on the defense for the majority of it, but just seem to be able to pull through and close out the game, and if Genius Gene pulls something out of the bag, I think it can definitely happen.
Yeah, well, a lot of aggression once more from Genius Gene, and it looks like they might win it as well as Equak tries to take down Alex. That was the shot he needed to hit, and he's going to get punished for that miss as Genius Gene have a lot of control. Big Clan, though, Nadine wins the fight against Stop Rob, so he's going to be able to match that aggression on the right-hand side, and just being alone in that 1v1 is definitely not too bad, especially against the Spike. The 3-shot capability is just really sweet. Equak was a nice kill. Lois gets the double, and now things definitely open up a bit more in favor of Big.
Yeah, that's the issue with going 2 on offense and still not being able to secure it, and you need to be winning that 1-on-1 on the other side if they do double stack as well, and it just didn't happen for Stop Rob. Good start for Genius Gene, though, over the overall, but Big still manages to maintain this lead, which I'm really surprised to see. A good dash through the wall from Alex there, and keeping his mobility as well with this Stew. Getting supers, but they're just not able to advance up the map. Are going to be securing that defensive zone, though, and it does bring it a little bit closer, only 2% in it now, but Nadim with a really nice push here. Garab turret as well, so he can throw up to tank a couple of spike shots. But Alex and Rotislav also going to be making some developments up this side too. It's just going to come down to who wins the overall fight, and it's looking like Big are going to do it and close this game out, as Dean has won his matchup up top. Big take the game in a 4-0 fashion in a very convincing way.
Yeah, I think that this looked good from Big, much better, and I think they learned from the first game here in Hot Zone and just try to have some slight improvements in the execution, and it just worked out much better. Big Clan able to get the 4-0 win. We had some closer games. I don't feel like it's one of those 4-0 sweeps where it feels like a 4-0 sweep, but at the same time, Big was clearly better in most of those games. The one game that was really up to a clutch went their way. Heist was very back and forth, but until there were some bigger mistakes from Genius Gene, it was really close. And honestly, Genius Gene performing pretty well in my opinion. Big Clan just the superior team and a very much deserved win.
Yeah, I definitely do think it was deserved. However, Genius Gene, I feel like they definitely deserve more than a 4-0 loss. A couple of games should have gone their way, yeah. I feel. And maybe even go to the last set, and I'd really like to see that, especially because these teams did seem evenly matched at some points in the game. But Big were just able to close it out, which is obviously the biggest thing you need to be able to play in competitive Brawl Stars. You need to be able to close out those games, you need to be able to close out the sets, and that's exactly what Big have done. Winning 4-0 is going to be huge for them going on to the next round, going to be making it directly to those semi-finals, and they've already got enough points on the board to be able to qualify, I do think.
Yeah, that is very much possible. I mean, we'll have to check that later on, but any points are going to be very welcome for them, especially considering Tribe is out of the picture for those qualifiers. So it opens up a little more space for those guys, and they know that this is the moment for them to perform if they want to attend the playoffs in 2 weeks. AC Milan Clash versus Bunker Rug Esports, quite a big matchup here. AC Milan Clash, I don't think we need to introduce them at this point. They've been performing out of their mind this year, only really falling short to SK. Against every other team, they've been quite consistently winning. I wouldn't say it's very dominant, but they are number 2 in the region for a reason. Bunker Rug Esports is a lot more back and forth. I think they've had some really good performances, some very unexpected wins as well in the past, but I still feel like they need to prove themselves this year. They're looking, and they are in contention for Worlds, actually. So, they are a team that we all have our eyes on, but I'm yet to be completely convinced by their level of play, and I think they need to take down those Titans of the region more consistently before I can really, give them the seal of approval, at least the Teddy seal of approval.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that I believe they're like 3rd in Europe at the moment, but I don't think I've actually seen them beat a top team, like one of the top 4 Titans, as you do say. They're 3rd in the region, but they don't feel like it, if you get what I mean. You never really
100%.
see them playing against the Titan teams unless it's in a monthly finals, and I believe they've been knocked out first round in every single one they've got to. So they've definitely got a lot of proving themselves to do, and I feel like a time like this against AC Milan Clash, where they do need to win to get some points on the board, is going to go a long way.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it can go a long way, not only for BrawlMSTRS, but also for the overall, confidence of the team, and to show that they can do it. Hard Rock Mine on Gem Grab is where we start. Bunker Spick. Brawl Ball and Backer Ball is going to be the decision from AC Milan Clash, and then Siege on Factory Rush is a decider. Gene and Piper are the bans from Clash, and Bell and Stu are the bans from Bunker. That is a very interesting set of bans once more. I think Clash banning Gene makes sense, and they've done it multiple times in the past. They usually prefer those slightly more mechanical brawlers for the mid interactions, because they know that that's where they're probably the best at in the world. And Piper is an interesting one as well, because I would think it's a brawler they kind of like playing usually. But yeah, Bell and Stu makes a lot of sense on the side of Bunker, just getting those heavy hitters out of the way and making sure they're not playable for either teams.
Yeah, I will say I don't think they're really targeting that Piper at anybody specifically on Bunker either, because I don't think they've got anybody that really excels in a world stage at Piper. But maybe it's just a fact of just getting it out of the way, so they don't have to play it on Hard Rock Mine if it is a capability, especially because Gene's out of the mix. It could be a very viable mid. And then Backyard Bowl as well. It's going to be one of the #1 brawlers on that map. And even in Factory Rush, in Siege, we do see it a lot as well, just because of it's a long-range map. And, it's just not really a targeted ban, more of an overall ban for the maps, and I feel like it can definitely go a long way. I feel like just because Clash do benefit off the Gene ban as well, they just don't want to play Piper, and that just makes total sense in my opinion. Other side of things though, Bell and Stu going to be the bans from Bunker, and they're more of just getting the meta out the way. And Stu being a really good brawler for Clash, it just seems to be working like that.
Yep, no, I couldn't agree more. Let's see how it's going to go down here as we kick things up with Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine between AC Milan Clash and Bunker Rogue Esports. 8-bit mid on both sides. A bit of a lane switch here as Darkroom is going to go to the right-hand side. And we have a Mr. P on Mommy Jordan, which is definitely an interesting pick. If you look a couple months back, it was everywhere. At this point, you barely ever see it in competitive.
Mr. Lepopov showing why his name is that, because he is absolutely pushed directly so far up the map. And a nice little bouncy castle as well into that little corner crevice there. Going to get a good amount of heals. Yay in mid with 6, but he's taken very low. Does pick up his turret along the way though, and we all know how far that goes with that cheat cartridge. You're able to just push up into the midsection, pick up a few gems and get back. But Darkum now showing some signs of life on this lane against Lenane. And got a good super off as well. Going to be missing, and Lenane's trying to strike back on that side of things.
Yeah, I honestly don't dislike the Mr. P against Sprout matchup, especially with the right gadget that Mummy is using. It can be a bit of a nightmare just to take them down, because it's going to be so many shots. But so far, I've yet to really be convinced as well, because, yeah, if you look at the lead and the fact that they haven't really taken each other out so far, Yashi looking to maybe make it happening for the first time, but Boss's low HP goes down, and this is where things get dangerous, as Mommy Jordan is gonna get walled in by Yashi, and now Guille, I mean, he can even TP here if he wants to, goes for it now, but this is looking like a very tough situation to come back from for Bunker.
Yeah, I mean, good plays all round from Clash, to be honest. Been very dominant in this game. No chance of a reset here, and that's going to be the first game going directly to Clash. I will say these team names are very, very long. AC Milan Clash and Bunker Rogue Esports seems like the clash of the long-named teams here. And on top of it is going to be AC Milan Clash. Do take that first one, and honestly, can't say I didn't expect it. Mr. P pick does seem a bit wild. Not sure what they're trying to outpick there just by playing that, but didn't really pay off at all.
No, I honestly, I feel like against a Sprout, on paper it should work and it should be an annoying brawler, but I think that Mr. P is just not strong enough at the moment to do so. I think that if he was a little bit stronger in the meta, it would have been a good matchup for them, and I don't think it was a terrible matchup for him either. But it's just so underwhelming. Whereas here in a situation where I feel like against Sprout it should do well, it just doesn't, because it's underwhelming. But yeah, AC Milan Clash was a strong performance. I like the idea from Bunker Rogue, but the execution was just really not there, and I don't know. I'm not convinced 100% by that Mr. P pick. I don't think it mattered too much because both were not really losing nor winning lane. They were just sitting on their side and, poking each other a little bit. But in the end, the two other lanes were going just so much better on the side of AC Milan Clash that they just made a difference. And that's where, against Clash, you need everyone to kind of pop off. You can't just have one guy that is, on the top of his form and performing out of his mind mechanically. Because on Clash, more often than not, they're all three of them going to be playing at that level.
Yeah, you really just can't. You've got to bring your A game against Clash, I should say. A team like that, just going to be on form all the time. Linane obviously started so well on his lane, and that's where all the core control really came from. Gear in the mid as well, being able to play amazingly at that on top of things. And then it's just all-out control from there. As you said, there's just really no signs of a good turnaround from Bunker. And it's really not looking good. They've got to make the comp better, and Mr. P has got to go out the window, in my opinion. I've literally never seen it on this map since about 4 metas ago, and I feel like that's just a pick that maybe they tried to outpick, but it just didn't go to plan.
Yeah, I agree. I think that overall, it's just hard to outpick anyone with Mr. P. It deals so little damage, man. Like, unless you hit, both the bounces from your shot, you're basically doing nothing to people, and it's just so hard. And Sprout can be so tanky and so hard to take down. It just doesn't work. It really just doesn't work. We'll have to see what they bring in game number 2, but I would be very, very surprised if we see that Mr. P again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I expect it either, to be honest with you. I feel something maybe either more tanky or even just taking the Sprout could really work. I'm going to play it again. So,
oh my God.
Against some judgment of me and you, they are going to play it, clearly feeling confident with it, and hoping to get some more value out of it, I would say. But Yoshi just seems to be playing so well over that lane, even as passive as he is, not being hit just yet. And it's just not going to be feeding his turret, which is going to be the main thing that wins the lane against Sprout. But Darkoom on the other side of things is going to have some good pressure on Linane off the start, but does fall down due to a pinch. And a good amount of gems laying on the floor. Boss not going to push up for them yet, but now going to go for it as he does have that cheat cartridge. Push back a little bit off that because he has gone for it aggressively, but good pickups come in, and Linane able to just pick up those 3 gems from the other side of the map.
Yeah, and he's staying around the mid as well. He doesn't really mind going down because that would just give the gems to Gear that can TP back to safety. That would be maybe even ideal, so he's happy to take a little more risks now. They do have to be careful, and this is where the Mr. P can be interesting as well, is taking down those damage boosters from afar without really taking any risks of your own. Problem is, Gear already has his next one ready, and that just doesn't make things easier for Bunker.
Yeah, 1 gem left now for this first set to go their way. Got a turret back in the spawn as well, and 1 gem spawn now as they do have all-out control. Can go a long way. Gonna fall down though, but Gear is there to pick up those gems, as you said. It's over that side of the map. He's got that TP back, and just even if you die in the right place as a Rico, it's going to really pay off, as now he can go on the aggressive a bit more, and you're going to see it now as he does pressure Mommy. He's going to get the takedown on a super back as well, going to finish off this game. There's 10 gems to 2, there's nothing they can do about it. The first set, heavily in the way of AC Milan Clash, and they're going to be looking to carry this forward.
Yeah, this is a strong performance from Clash. Bunker, I'm not convinced, man. Like, I feel like that Mr. P pick still, it didn't really provide anything more than in the previous game, you know what I mean? Like, if there was some sort of a plan and they didn't have time to execute it, or the situation was not good enough to use it, I don't know. I can understand, sometimes you go for something, that you can make it work, but it just doesn't work just yet, and you want to try it again. But here, there was no difference between the 2 games. Like, it was literally the same. Mr. P was just absent. And I feel like that's something that you can't afford against a team like Clash. If you give them any room to work with, they're going to use it, because they're always going to be looking for some more aggressive spots to hang out around, and for some holes they can fill. And that's exactly how they approached this situation. That Bunker they left way too many holes, especially with that Mr. P pick.
Yeah, I feel maybe even Mommy Jordan's stereotypical Carl pick that he does like to go out of nowhere quite a few times would have gone even further. You've got that flying hook which can get into a Sprout's face, and it can go a long way. Even if he does want to pick that, we do see him playing it quite a lot on Minecart Madness, so bit of a different meta, but it's usually what he resorts to instead of something like a Mr. P, which I found incredibly weird. I don't know why he's taking that, but Backyard Bolt going to be the one coming up next. And there's still a lot of room to go this very similar meta, you know. We're either going to be seeing something tanky like Sampy brought out, or something very control-based, which was seen by Tribe in those past games. Honestly, I kind of do prefer the control-based thing if it's played right, but you've got to be wary of that tankier comp and take something to counter it.
Yeah, I think so too. And what's hard in those kind of situations when you play against Clash is that Clash is going to be happy to play those tanky comps as well, or like match them, or you know, go kind of out of the box as well, and maybe not go for necessarily what's most meta on the map. So you always have to be really careful, because they're going to be coming in hot, and if they can bring in the Mortis or, you know, a Poco double tank or anything like that, they will. So if you think you have the option, you have to remember that Clash, they most likely also consider it, and we'll see how Brawl goes. That's, you know, one of the reasons why Clash is so good as well, is that they're good with pretty much any sort of brawlers, you know, whether it's from a long range or up close. They just want to dominate. Whatever it takes, they'll be happy to play it. And yeah, backyard Bull is a bit of an interesting one, because it is more still, but some of those long range brawlers, they do love them as well. And Piper being their own ban, I'm not sure. Maybe this could open something up in that's interesting from Clash.
Yeah, on top of that as well, we have got Gene banned as well, so that even shuts down another mid. And also, I believe Bell was banned as well, right? So it kind of just closes near enough every single avenue of mid off. So maybe yet again we'll be seeing the 8-bit come out that we have just seen, or we're going to be seeing something that is going to push that. But I feel like Clash, being as mechanically skilled as they are, they can near enough take any single meta and play it to a good standard. So I'm not really worried about them. Bunker, on the other hand, maybe some confusion to what the meta actually is on this with these bans, as these really aren't something we see too often. And I'm just hoping we don't see Mr. P again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, maybe they bring the Mr. P again. that would be interesting for sure. Well, we'll find out soon enough, as we are ready to hop into this second set between AC Milan Clash and Bunker Rogue. And this is going to be a bit more of a long-range approach on both sides. And yeah, we have a Mr. P on a shield this time around. So it's not Mummy Jordan, but I don't know. I feel like Bunker Esports, they see something in Mr. P that we don't. And this is a map where I do think it makes a little bit more sense, because you can really use that extra range, and you can remove any sorts of turrets if you're expecting an 8-bit. But still, it's Mr. P.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be working a bit better, especially against this Crow lane. Not as many walls to hide behind as they had in the previous game, along with grass as well. It does go a long way against Mr. P, but that turret's going to be taken down in that aggressive position, as Gia can pinch quite nicely onto it, and also takes the kill on Spike as well. Doesn't have any more gadgets to block off, and a super as well available, with the shot going backwards from Lenane there. Bit of a mistimed moment there, but you can see where he was coming from in it. Super available from Yoshi as well is going to go a long way, especially with getting a slow off in this aggressive position. And look, you can just see in their eyes now they're going for a play with a pass through, but it doesn't pay off. And Boss falling extremely low-key, having to back off. And Bunker going to have a lot of walls broken, which isn't going to favor them, but they're also going to have some good control.
Yeah, I feel like Bunker are just going to try Mr. P on every single map and mode until they find a place where it works. That's pretty much the vibe I got from them so far. This time around, it is working out better, to be fair. I do feel like the more the map opens up, I'm not sure how much that's going to be in favor of Mr. P, because it does give you much more space to dodge those suitcases, and also it removes his advantage to, you know, shoot above walls. So this might maybe favor them if it comes down to overtime, or the map just getting very much opened up, as we saw with that Brock. A nice super from Lenan. Darkum is going to get pinched there by Gia. He has nowhere to go. Shield does get the trade onto Yashi. And Lenan looking to heal up a little bit before they maybe go for another push before overtime.
Does have that super now, doesn't get it off in time though, and I will say Yoshi just doesn't seem to be making use of these supers. Usually you want to be using them in advantageous positions where you can jump in and get a slow off near enough instantly, which doesn't just help in terms of damage, but also your teammates are going to be able to hit a lot more shots, especially with the likes of Brock and Byron, where it is difficult to hit those. Shots going forward now, Lenane does have that super, and aggressive placement of that turret from Boss, going to be using that to his advantage here. Slow did come in last time though, and is taken down near enough instantly by 2 shots of Gie. Some shots going in on the other side of things though, and they're all very low. Curveball coming in. Splash going to be missed on Gie, and this is going to be a bit of a difficult position, but Yoshi's pushing out very nicely. Some shots connected, Super available too, but just not being able to make anything of it. Super coming in now, though. Shots as well, and this is not a good position for Clash to be in.
No, but that kill, though, does buy quite a bit of extra time. Is it going to be enough to save that goal for them? Yoshi should be able to find a shield, and Darkum doesn't have the HP to really make a move just yet. Boss, if he can get another super, that could be what they need. Does get the super, but goes down, and Clash still have a chance at pushing forward. Darkum going for the ball in the corner, and Yoshi is just going to abuse that. That was a bit of a pass. That was a pass.
Yoshi's just going to be saying thanks for that through ball, bro. Takes that goal in a bit of an embarrassing fashion there. Does near enough give him a nice little through ball through, but you can't be putting a ball like that in a position where it can just jump directly onto it. It's just not the right thing to be doing.
No.
Giving the match point near enough on a plate as well, and gonna have to make something happen there because I feel like there was a lot of opportunities for Bunker to score on top of that. Bit of a misplay there as well, but Bunker didn't look bad in that game. The Mr. P was working a lot better. The turret was coming into a lot more effect as he could get it a bit simpler, but just didn't pay off in the end, and a bit of a misplay does lead to the goal and also the match point.
Yeah, I think that's what made me a bit sad about that throw towards the end, you know, because I feel like Bunker Rock were playing a little better than Clash, which in Brawl was impressive enough, and losing it like that is definitely a bit heartbreaking on their side. But I mean, Clash, obviously, you know, you gotta commend Yoshi for spotting such an opportunity and also for holding that tight defense for so long. And they definitely deserve to be in this position. I mean, especially if you look at that gem grab set, they were much better. The real question, Travis, are we gonna see Mr. P again coming into this next game? What do you think? What is your bet?
I think yes, but I hope no. It just hasn't worked. 3 games in a row, you'd have thought that would be a little bit of a hint towards something, just not being able to win yet with it. Honestly, I feel like something maybe a bit more tanky can go a long way for Bunker at this point. Need to resort to something a bit more out of the box rather than going something with Sin 3 times. Is going to be near enough the only way that any team can defeat Clash. They're probably the second best team in Europe at the moment, and it's showing. 3 games in a row and match point available. They've got to pull something out of the bag.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, who knows? You know, maybe they'll come up with Mr. P double tanks or something like that. That does sound like something, you know, we can expect from them at this point. But I think first of all, the Mr. P has to go. Just get it out of the way. Like I think they found a lot more value in this game than in the entire gem grab set with that brawler. But still, I still feel like, I don't know, they could have found a bit more with some more meta picks. And overall, I mean, they did lose the game, right? So let's see. And here we go again.
I don't know if they're just doing it at this point just to annoy us, but they
Just
are coming back
point,
with it.
You know?
They're coming back with it once more and clearly want to prove us wrong. Doesn't seem to be working though. Yoshi's just going to walk up the map once more and slot the ball in. It was on the Mr. P lane, I will say. He was able to just walk up the Mr. P lane. So going to be taking that early goal, and if it stays like this is going to be the game. Bunker going to have a very late game based comp when they start getting some turrets. It's going to go a long way, but even if it goes that far, they're still going to be 1-0 down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have any words to describe all this Mr. P action at this point. This is the pass to Guille, should be the goal as well, and at least this game was a quick one as AC Milan Clash closed things out. 2-0 in sets, 4-0 in games. Really not too much of a problem, and I don't know, man. I feel like Bunker, they wanted to prove that Mr. P was meta or something like that. And yeah, they didn't really find the results of it. I think that first game of Backyard Bowl, honestly, I feel like Mr. P was doing his part. I feel like it was justified, it worked, but they still didn't win. And then the 3 other games, it was just a huge liability, and that's just how things are. And yeah, I don't know, man. I would love to hear their taunts and why. But in the end, results speak for itself. 4-0 sweep for AC Milan Clash, and they're going to be moving on to the semifinals, whereas Bunker Rock Esports are going to be out of the running for qualifying as well, I think, then.
Yeah, going to have to come back in the last chance qualifier because I don't think there's any chance of them getting through due to the points now. But we do have the bracket, which is ready now. We're going to be seeing the run that people have made to the semifinals and also the teams that we do have remaining. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Well, let's give this bracket a bit of a look.
as we have AC Milan Clash already waiting in the semifinals for the winners between Reply Totem and EXO free agents. Big Clan and Blood Diamond also make it all the way, winning 2-0 each against Genius Gene and Senpai. And obviously, as we just saw, AC Milan Clash taking down Bunker Rug Esports. Just to point out as well, Bunker Rug won against MCS again. They won in the qualifiers, I believe, against them too. So some interesting stuff, very interesting stuff for the least. But Big Clan, is that enough points to going to the semifinals? Is that enough points to make it to the playoffs? I'm not so sure, but Blood Diamond also in the running. It's definitely gonna open up a lot of doors ever since, you know, Tribe Gaming went out in the round of 16 to Senpai.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I believe if, you know, EXO and Reply Totem both are heavily in the running as well. So it's going to be coming down to the 3 teams who are actually there. We're going to have a big AC Milan Clash and Reply Totem or EXO free agents. I feel like those are going to be the ones actually competing for it, as Blood Diamond have gone out fairly early on in the past couple of qualifiers. So clearly just playing for the decent amount of money we do have at the end of this. And honestly, you can't fault them for it. Nothing wrong with a bit of cash to go home with and head on to that last chance qualifier with a bit of a boost in momentum.
All right, well, semi-finals are getting really, really close here. While we wait for one of those final matches to finish, we're going to go towards a short break, and we'll see you guys back in a couple of minutes. quarterfinals are behind us. We are looking at the semifinals now. My name is Teddy. I am joined by the wonderful Trav, and Big versus Blood Diamond is the next match we will be watching. What are your thoughts? What are your expectations coming from those two teams?
Honestly, I cannot say who's going to win this. I think both of them are playing absolutely amazing recently. Blood Diamond seem to be that team who have really started like shifting into a new gear recently, and the exact same with Big. Both two teams who can upset any Titan in near enough the world at the moment, I feel. And I feel this is going to be a very, very good game just because of how good these teams are performing against the top teams. Whether or not they'll be able to perform against each other is the question I really want answered.
Yeah, I completely agree with your point of view here. I think that Big might be just in a little bit of a stronger place, but I think the gap is really small. And if Blood Diamond play like we've seen them play in the last 2 weeks, they can absolutely take the win here. No doubts on that. But Big Clan has also been popping off, and maybe to a slightly larger extent. So yeah, this is definitely one of the bigger matches of today, and it's going to be quite an exciting one as well, as both teams are looking for those points. They want to qualify and they want to go to those playoffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to become down to a heavy amount of points. I believe Blood Diamond are relatively far behind in terms of that. Yeah. But honestly, Big do need to still secure some. They've got a good amount of points, but I feel like getting through to the finals is going to secure them a really nice amount of points for those playoff spots. And regardless, I think this is going to be a good game no matter what. Even if it meant nothing, it'd be an absolutely incredible game. Drafts are completely done now. We're going to be seeing Big starting off with the Brawl Ball and Bounty Bands, followed by Blood Diamond banning Hot Zone. Then they're going to be selecting Siege as well, which I believe is the first time we've actually seen it first picked.
Yeah, it actually is. I mean, Factory Rush, definitely an interesting one, but let's finish through this draft. Heist on Safe Zone is going to be the pick for Big Clan. We've seen how good they are on this one. Maybe we can expect some Rico action again. Hard Rock Mine as a decider. Obviously, Gem Grab is the mode for that. And then Ruffs and Gene are bans for Big. Stu and Piper are the bans from Blood Diamond. I think very, very much targeted bans on the side of Blood Diamond, even though Stu is, you know, very much in the meta. Equok on Stu is ridiculous, and Nadine on Piper is insane as well. Just getting them out of the mix. They know that no matter what, they're not going to have the better Stus and Pipers on their team. Might as well remove them.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're seeing Big changing it up a little bit, though. We usually see them ban Amber, which is probably just taken out the mix because it's not going to be too great on these specific maps. Going to be banning Gene instead, which I feel is a really good choice. They don't really have that pop-off Gene capability. Whereas Blood Diamond, Rafa is one of the most underrated Genes in the world, in my opinion. Never fails to amaze me when he does play it, and we did see it in the last time they had played as well. Played it in parallel plays, and it was absolutely amazing. So I think that's quite a good ban on their part of things. Definitely good to get that out of the way. They are still leaving Bell in the mix, which is usually a brawler we see banned, as well as Primo and Buzz, which are usually the 3 bans we have seen throughout this entire day.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Ruffs is in a pretty good place at the moment. Very versatile brawler, and although I don't feel like he's the most dominant on any of those maps, he's definitely playable. And once again, you know, they do have some really talented players. I think that mechanically Equok is one of the best at the moment as well, which does mean that, you know, there's tons of brawlers that they're happy to play. I mean, you're never going to see them, or almost never going to see them banning Stu, for example, because Equok, if it's not banned, he knows that most likely against most teams, he is going to be the best Stu out of the mirror matchup. But let's see how this one goes. And Bell is playable because Piper was the ban instead. So we're going to have that on to Nadine versus Ale, but Equok is actually going on that lane, and he's going to have to pop a gadget early on to heal up, but Javi is able to steal away that bolt, and if Blacksy can get the next one, which he won't, it could have been nice to secure that first bot. Instead, I think we're looking at a draw.
Yeah, it seems a bit weird that he didn't use that bouncy castle. They were definitely trying to force him out of it, but could have stayed alive long enough to be able to get that off, I do think, and get the bolt back to spawn, which is going to benefit them hugely. We're getting that first push, especially on this map, goes such a long way. The wall going to come in now, and this is why Sprout's going to be so good on this lane. Blacksy really can't go anywhere, because if he goes mid, the Bell's just going to absolutely outrange him, and especially with playing it as well as Dean is picking up that kill, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Going to fall too. And this is a complete squad wipe now, as Equok's able to hunker down on his lane too, get the bolts back. And this is already a 10 push in the bank with only 16 seconds left on the second push and full control still in favor of Big.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary bot for Blood Diamond to face, and they will have that super from Ali to try to mark down the bot and get that extra damage for his teammates. But still, they don't really have that many bolts, and Big Clan, they might just close the gap for the next one already. I mean, it's looking to be a single bolt difference in the end for this third bot. And sure, this one is being defended out quite well, but it is going to deal damage, and Big Clan, by keeping control, it's really not looking bad for them to get that third bot as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got full control, 25% secured, and they're near enough already up on bolts as well. Got 4 in the bank once those do go back, and this is already going to be Big with a huge lead in bolts now, and a complete squad wipe yet again coming in. Big going to be taking this first game. Looks like they're just going to be giving up here in spawn. The wall is there too. Not going to be able to get anywhere from this. With no damage secured, this is the game wrapped up by Big, and it's an absolutely amazing start for them.
Yeah, a strong start, and although, you know, damage-wise, it does come down to the third bot and all that kind of stuff, they were in control the entire time, you know. There was a bit of a rough interaction at first on the right lane, but after that, I mean, they got the kill on the left side. They were able to team up together to take mid control as well, and overall Big Clan just performing much better in this first game. Let's see if they can try to transfer that into game number 2 as well, or if Blood Diamond can start a bit of a comeback. I feel like for Blood Diamond, it wasn't huge mistakes either, you know. It was just some small mistakes here and there, and Big were able to exploit them very much, and as soon as they gave them anything, they were able to just take it and, you know, transfer that advantage on the 2-on-1 on each lane and just work together very well and really just have that snowball or domino effect apply. And Blood Diamond were too quickly overwhelmed, always being left in situations where they either had to wait for their teammates to respawn or they were left in 2 versus 1s on their lanes, and that's just not ideal, and Big were just able to exploit that so much.
Yeah, in my eyes, a lane swap would have gone quite a long way, being able to get a Leon Invis onto a Sprout. That can really be an explosive play that you do need to get out of that spawn, and as well, forcing the Rico versus Rico matchup, it can just be hugely advantageous. You might be in spawn losing it, but at least one of the other lanes can be doing something, as well as a pinch from a Bell. Anything can turn around in that kind of fashion, so, you know, you've got to make those risky plays. If it's definitely not working and you're losing all three bots, then you've got to make a change. Even if you don't think it's right, you're going to lose regardless, so you might as well try something.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think that was, you know, the kind of adjustments they should have tried to bring in instead of just doing the same and hoping it works better this time around. We have similar comp on both sides, but we do have the Surge coming in for Lars, and I kind of like this approach. Although the Leon Lollipop is really strong, Lars is able to at least bring that bolt back enough for Nadine to pick it up and secure it. This should be a level 1 bot for Big Clan, yeah, ever so barely, as Black Sea doesn't quite secure his bolt in time. But Blood Diamond are going to have quite a couple of bolts in the bank for the next rounds.
Yeah, not looking all for the next round. Black Sea is going to go down as well, but that's not the end of the world. He's going to respawn and be able to get some absolutely explosive damage onto that boss that is marked up as well, so not going to secure too much off that one. Big, full in control. 3 bolts in favor of Blood Diamond off the start, though, and it's good super coming in, but he just walks into the zone, and that's going to finish Equack off. Bit of a mistake from him. Invis coming in from Javi, but there is a mine on the floor there. Does manage to just about avoid it, and a big 3-tap coming in from Dean is going to secure that kill as well. BD do need to secure some for this last push. It looks like Big's going to secure this one with another bolt picked up from Dean as well. And mine galore coming in mid as they all start to walk onto them, including the Rico as well. And Big are going to secure another couple of bolts here if Lars can stay.
Lars is, yeah, he's stage 1 still.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, that's painful. That is very painful. Honestly, I don't really know how, because I feel like, you know, with a TP in, even if you go down, at some point you should be close enough to get that super, you know. But it seems like Lars so far has not really had that position. But nice kill now. We'll get that second stage, and that should really go a long way for Big. Although they do need to clear out Ali on the right-hand side. We'll get the kill. Equack is so low HP, and I don't think he has a gadget to use at this point. Nice bounce, gets the kill and survives. This could be game-changing, but he does go down. The bot will nevertheless go to the side of Big Clan, but an extra bolt could have helped because they still need to deal a little bit of damage on that push.
Yeah, only an 8 push as well, so the speed isn't going to be there from it, and the mark is available as well from the bell, going to be there as well. Get the gadget down, get slow onto it, but Lars is pinching in, now only a small amount of damage needed, and this is looking like it's going to be done near enough straight away. There goes the first set to Big. Blood Diamond did look very good in this one, just turned around in the last couple of bots, as he did eventually get that power up, which I didn't even realize was a thing. I didn't realize he was still level 1, but Big taking this first set regardless, and that's a huge win for them to take.
Yeah, dude, I was literally thinking, like, at this point, it should be Surge pop-off time, you know? You're like, often, and especially in this matchup, I felt like it was a pretty good pick. And I was expecting him to be like tier 3 and 4 and start popping off, and then I see tier 1. I was there like, okay, well, that explains why they've been struggling so far. And it's not an easy brawler, especially in the beginning of the game. If you don't get him to stage 2, you know, and you wasted a TP on it and stuff like that, it can really bite you back later on, and it definitely did. Luckily, he was able to pump off a bit more towards the end, but before that, it looked a little bit shaky, and I'm happy they managed to, you know, make it work, but that was a little bit stressful, to be honest, for them, and we'll move on to Heist. Just, you know, fresh start for both teams to really focus and make sure things are on point, and, you know, this... Sure, it was looking a lot better from Blood Diamond at the end of this game, but we have to remember Siege was their pick. They wanted to play Siege.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, Heist coming up next, we saw how well Big played it before, and that was even with some even more unfavorable bans in their favor, Bell being out of the mix too. Coming back in now, though, and I don't believe we're going to be having Stew this time, so that is a bit of a downside for Big, but Rico still very much in the mix, was played absolutely phenomenally by Lars in that previous one, so maybe we're going to be seeing that again, and probably with the addition of Bell into the comp, that might benefit Nadine a bit more.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, Bell is a really good pick for him. I think that even they could just go for like something like an 8-bit as well in mid and play it with a Byron, something like that. I'm not so sure. Obviously, Colette is always an option on those sort of maps. Get those 5,600 damage from afar with that super. But I'm 100% expecting that Rico, and here we have it on Lars. Colt on Equak. Makes sense as well. Kind of forgot to mention this one, but it's one of his most iconic picks. And with Stu being playable earlier, obviously didn't really need to bring on that Colt.
I feel like Brock goes a lot more of a long way, especially on this map. Now, the Colt used to be extremely the pick over Brock, but now it's kind of seemed to flip a bit the different way, and Javier's going to be playing it, getting a bit of damage on that safe, including the Incendiary too, going to add a bit more to it, 12% secured, only 4 by Big. And Rico's just going to be able to hold this lane quite nicely. Equat going quite aggressive now, though. Silver Bullet going to be connecting as well, bringing him fairly low. Super picked up, and just going to have to back off, heal up a little bit, and retake this lane in his own time.
Yeah, and Ali gets tagged up quite a bit. Nadine is going to be low HP as well. Let's see if Big can capitalize on their position right now, because they're still behind by 3%. Lars taking a lot of damage, is going to get taken out as Ali is able to pinch him from afar, leaving Javier alive as well. Nice mark from Nadine to connect, and this could go a long way in securing that kill. He's going to be down to 200 HP, and those bounce backs are actually going to be enough to take him down after 2 bounces on him, and bounces on that safe as well. And Big Clan take the lead, not by a long way just yet, but they still have some positioning, although that double kill from Blood Diamond might be what they need to open things up.
Yeah, and here we have good pressure coming in now, and a super going to be there from Blacksy as well, going to get this position that he is going to need. I don't believe Aquat's got any silver bullets. Feel like he threw them out quite early, getting some wall breaks on his side, as well as trying to connect a shot onto Blacksy on the other side of things as well. He's going to leave him without any gadgets. Regardless of that fact, though, Colt is going to do a lot of damage on the safe here, as he does have a free run towards it. Brock going to go down as well, leaving them without any assistance on the offensive side of things, and Lars going to be trying to make an absolutely miraculous defense here now as well. Alice J going to make a break for it, though. Deep and low. The lead is in their favor now, but whether or not they're going to be able to keep it for this 24 seconds is the question we need to be answering.
Yeah, I think Lars clearing up the Rico on the left-hand side was huge, but they still need to catch up damage-wise. You're big, 12 seconds left. How is this defense going to hold up for Blood Diamond? There's more shots coming through. Aqua is gonna go down. Lars with a kill that could be about enough. 2 seconds now, and is this going to Blood Diamond? It is. They will secure their first game. Not sure, but Lars at the end going for some shots on onto Black Sea, where I think he could have won by just hitting the save, but nevertheless, it was really, really close, and Blood Diamond playing much better here. Interesting that their best game so far is on Big Set, on the game mode that they chose.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite surprising, but it definitely wasn't as convincing as how Big were playing on Siege. They just near enough had every single game in the bag by the second push. So, nowhere near as convincing, only a 5% win, but regardless, it doesn't make a difference. It's still a win on the board, and Blood Diamond only need one more game to get to set 3. Big gonna want to close it out here, especially because it is their pick. They don't want to be going on to that third and final set with Gem Grab, which clearly no team's too comfortable with, as it is going to be the last one selected. Well, not selected, but it is generated by how they pick in the past. And we know Big are going to want to close out here. Blood Diamond also need to get this game. Otherwise, it could go the long run, and that doesn't really favor either team.
I'm very curious about Aquak remaining on that Colt. I mean, I think he's an incredible Colt, but I do feel like he struggled a bit to find its full value in the previous game. I do like how he removes that bit of a dead angle on the bottom left side of the map to make sure that you don't have a Rico just chilling in there and causing problems in your backline. But Nidine is looking to go down there. Yeah, Black Sea takes him out, and this is going to leave Big in a 2-on-3, make it a 1-on-2 now, as we have a trade in the center area, and Black Sea is looking to go for some better positioning, but he doesn't have those walls available anymore.
Yeah, it's going to hugely affect how he is actually going to be playing there. Can't really push up to that far left-hand side, so looking like he's maybe going to pepper a few shots from a range when he does get into that position once more, if he does, should I say that as well. As Big do have a lot of control here, and on top of that, a lot of damage coming in too. Equak going to be avoiding that super. Black Sea takes a couple of bullets to the face, gets a nice heal up from the Bouncy Castle though. Dean connecting a couple of shots on top of that as well, but Equak going to break up the remainder of that wall, which is going to benefit him quite hugely, I would imagine. But Javi's going to have a breakaway and get some damage as well. But on the other side of things, Equak does have full control of his lane, which is going to go a long way if he can maintain that.
Yeah, I think Equak is showing us, what Bunker failed to show us earlier was the Mr. P pick. Here, we weren't entirely convinced in the previous game by Equak's performance on that Colt, and it's a completely different story this time around, where he's just getting kill after kill, beaming everyone down from afar, and definitely getting a lot of value out of that pick.
BD looking extremely low right now, and Equak yet again picking up another kill, going to be breaking those walls as well, taking LASSJ with him. And honestly, 30 seconds left with more damage being secured by the second by Equak. It's looking like they might be able to take this game if they maintain the control. Dean going to secure a little bit more damage as well, bouncing off onto LASSJ from that safe. Bounce Castle still available from Black Sea. That's going to give him the health provided need that he needs to get up this map. But Lars just maintaining this pressure. Going to get a Bounce Castle off as well, which secures the kill on Javi. And this is over. And it's going to be match point to Big, heading on into the next game.
Yeah, I think Aquak definitely redeemed himself after a little bit of a shaky first game in this set. This one was just incredible on his part. Lars and Nadine also on point doing their job, and Lars was able to exploit that, that zone, that spot on the enemy side of the map much more as well. Just because Aquak just removed it with one silver bullet, and that's true that there you just break a larger area than what you would with a Brock. So you just make sure this angle is completely gone, and there's no sneaky Rico that gets in the back of your team and is able to backstab you and get some cheeky angles on save. Just a very, very wise decision to that extent. And coming into match point here, I mean, Big looked really good in the last game.
Yeah, I must say they really did look amazing. That's a hugely dominant performance as well. It's comparable to what we did see in Siege. And they were able to take a second game in that one as well. So if they bring the same dynamic into this game as they had in the previous one, I can see them closing out relatively easy here. But you can't say that Blood Diamond didn't put up a fight. They were playing relatively well as well. They just don't have those breakaway moments due to the fact that they don't have Equak on the team. That's the main reason. That Colt was going a long, long way on the offensive side of things, and Javi just couldn't get into those positions that Equak was and secure as much damage. All
right, Equak just looking to open up the wall, maybe not as the angle he was hoping for. I'm not sure if that cover was left on purpose. May as well have been, to be honest. But he's looking to open up his side as well now, just to not be in too tight of an angle where the Rico can get some easy bounces and make sure he hits him. So getting a little bit of a safer spot, but he is quite low HP, and that means he has to slow things down, heal up. And Blacksy won his lane against Lars, also matching that cold pick, by the way, but not going for the same mirror matchup. Instead, they are just going to be facing each other here. Aquak pushing up with Nidine. Nidine is able to get the trade of that kill, and now looking for some damage on save, but so is Javi on the bottom left side. Lars does get in that cheeky position we talked about earlier. This time around, there is a super from Blacksy, but it gets melted down, and Lars is just able to stay in that position. And look at Ally just looking to find value somewhere, but look at the damage it's already done, and a couple more shots will do. Big Clan take Blood Diamond down 4-0, and honestly, it looked good from Big. It looked really good. Not 4-0, 4-1 actually in games.
Very, very convincing from Big there, I must say. Heading on into the finals, they've got to be very confident in themselves. They've been playing absolutely amazing near enough all day long, and adding to that, they take that as well. Leaving that was the best decision they'd ever made. Equac knowing he can score a lot more damage than Rico on safe, and already having that damage lead too, and making it a 3v2 on the offense is inevitably going to end up in you guys winning. So Blood Diamond going to be taken out. Not going to be scoring enough points regardless of winning, I don't think, to be able to get to those playoffs. But Big are going to be the team making it to the finals, and I believe that secures their spot.
Yeah, GG's for Big. I mean, no matter what, they're looking to win those finals. There's still money on the line, and they want that extra security of being sure they qualify. So, yeah, this was strong from Big. I think Blood Diamond showed us some stuff here and there, but quite failed to really be consistent across the board in those 5 games we watched, and secure enough to push things to a third set. So a little bit of work to do here for BD, but Big Clan, they look solid, man. There was one game in the first game of Heist that was just a bit of a fluke, but besides that, everything just more than on point for their side of things. This does mean that we have another semi-final ahead of us. They always come in pairs, right? And this one is going to be quite important as well to define who will face Big in those finals.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it as well. On the side of things, we've got Big, who have just played an absolutely incredible game. Going to be looking to try and carry that on into the finals. I don't believe we've kind of decided who they'll be facing yet, though. So it's going to be looking extremely, extremely good for them. Going to be confident. Blood Diamond obviously going to be going home. But to be fair, it's all going to depend on the maps and the bans. We've seen Big perform absolutely amazing under their circumstances, and I do feel like Blood Diamond played heavily into their hands now, showing how dominant they were on Siege. They kind of played exactly into their hands. I'd like to see them play against a team who are going to ban out those brawlers and also ban those maps that they're going to be wanting to play, and see how they play out of that, see if they can be how diverse they're going to be in a different meta and on different maps.
Yeah, I think that, Big as well is a team that, sure, they are improving so fast and getting better and better and really starting to be dominant in the EU region. There's still a team that has to build up some more synergy, and where with 2 more inexperienced players in the top scene as Nadine and Lars, if things go bad, it can shake them up a little bit, and you can try to exploit that to your advantage. But our next match here is going to be Reply Totem versus XO Free Agents. Quite a nice match here as well. Totem, I think, similar. This is actually being played. Is that then a quarterfinal match still?
Yeah, we're going to be hopping into the end of this match, seeing who's going to be meeting. I guess it's AC Milan Clash in those semi-finals. So the winner of this will be moving forward, and we're going to be joining towards the end of this game.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you for the update, Trav. But yeah, this is actually quite an interesting match. I feel like Totem are a team that is very much on the rise in XO. It's been a little bit shaky lately, so they are in a point where they can kind of meet. And honestly, I feel like in the last couple of weeks, Totem have been playing better, so I would consider them as slight favorites coming into a matchup like this, especially against an XO that has maybe taken that inconsistency trait that Totem used to really bear. So yeah, looking forward to get into that. Obviously, we'll find out soon enough, where they are at, because they were playing for a while already, and we saw also that one side of the bracket was taking a little bit longer, as it sometimes happens in those single elimination brackets.
Yeah, I mean, it's inevitable there's going to be one team trailing behind. Both these teams, as you say, very, very good, and EXO have become a little bit more inconsistent recently. It's going to be 1-0 to Reply Totem and 1-0 in this set. The EXO have got one as well, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Totem are on match point here.
Yeah, exactly. Set point for EXO, match point for Totem. So the stakes are quite high, and we'll see if EXO can pop off here, as Curse name suggests. This is going to be Maro to get a nice kill over there. Some Bentley with the trade onto Sawyer de Breza. But gem-wise, it's a very slim lead in favor of EXO. And no gene pool onto Maro might give a little bit of extra space for Cursed to get more aggressive, but never mind. Both have their pulls available now. Sawyer is going to be the first victim of a pull, and Sun Bentley trying to get some nice angles onto Maori. Maori just not really able to find any angles to pull anyone just yet.
Yeah, has got that pull available, and that's even going to put so much pressure on. Curse to be able to cycle it before Mori's even decided to use it once, though, which is obviously a really good trait to have there. Moru going to be over this side against YD. Now we're going to be seeing both of those Rico versus Sandy lanes. Seem to be a bit stalemated at the moment. Someone's got to make a move near enough very soon, though. Curse going to miss his super and get clipped by Maru there. That's going to go a long way, and Totem taking some control here. YD going to try and make an aggressive play to relieve some pressure, but in the end of things, he's just going to end up wasting that gadget, and also providing 2 gems on the side of Totem's line.
Oh, going for super. Doesn't find a whole lot of connections there, but gem-wise, Totem have taken back the lead. YD can't quite find the angle there, goes down. Maru starts that countdown, and gems are dropped for EXO as well. Don't think they can match that countdown even if they wanted to, so they need to kill onto Maru, and they have about 6 seconds to find it at this point, and they've given up on it. Reply Totem take down EXO and proceed to the semi-finals with a final score of 2-0 in sets. Strong performance, I assume, from Totem, since we only got to watch that one game. And EXO, I don't know how this impacts their chances to qualify for the playoffs out of the 3 qualifiers, but yeah, this is definitely interesting here for Totem, as they get an important win.
Definitely so, and as you say, this game they've played absolutely phenomenally. We don't know how they've been performing for the rest of it, considering we did just join through this one. But yeah, EXO going to be going home, and yeah, again, we don't know how that's going to affect those leaderboards towards the playoffs. Obviously, if you are just joining and haven't really been paying attention to Brawl Masters too much, the top 3 teams from these 3 open qualifiers will be progressing to the playoffs. Following next week, you should tune in for that last chance qualifier, which is going to provide that final team to make it 4 in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, well, this is obviously the most important day in the end of the qualifiers, because we will know which 3 teams are going to the playoffs. Next week, guys, there is going to be a last chance qualifier. So whoever wins that is going to the playoffs as well. So none of the teams you guys love and are out already are completely out. They still stand a chance, but they will have to perform next week. And, performing in 1 event rather than 3 is going to be harder, although some of the heavy hitters that qualify now won't quite have to go through that process. Guys, before we hop into our second semifinal, our players need a couple minutes to settle down before they start their draft. See you guys in a couple of minutes. We have a very short break ahead of us. Welcome back, or just welcome if you guys are just tuning in for the juicy bits. Second semi-final is going to be starting really soon. My name is Teddy. I am joined by the wonderful Trav. And AC Milan Clash versus Reply Totem is the next match we'll be looking at. Obviously, those guys, Totem just finished their match, so they might need a couple of minutes to get ready. In the meantime, I think we can get a little bit of a look at our bracket and see how the teams performed today. Yeah, I mean, so far we've had a couple of upsets already. Trav, what are your thoughts, and why don't you run us through this bracket? All right, I'm guessing Trav disappeared during this Stinger transition. But as a bit of a rundown, Clash, they arrived to those semi-finals through some strong performances against both Bunker and Craze Clan earlier on as well. Totem, they beat EXO, Free Agents, they beat EGN Esports, and Big, they're already all the way in the finals, taking down teams such as Blood Diamond, Genius, Gene, but also FA, Kozakian, up-and-coming team. Definitely strong results on their side of things, and they're waiting for the winners of the semifinal. We will be watching soon enough here between AC Milan Clash and Reply Totem. Let me check real quick if we have some updates on Trav, and it seems like he was just muted. Trav, can you hear me?
Indeed, I can. Yes. Just a little bit of a mishap on my side of things. Did have my my mute button pressed, sadly, but yeah, we are back into it, and we have AC Milan Clash Reply Totem, and honestly, this is going to be deciding who goes to that final against Big, and it should be a very, very good game. We've got the king of upsets, Reply Totem, versus the supposedly second best team in Europe at the moment. So this should be an absolutely phenomenal game, to be honest. Reply Totem, we know they've beaten Clash several times in the past, and they are really their kryptonite. So it's an exciting game. We've seen Clash do absolutely amazingly no matter who they play against, and we've seen them beat Reply Totem as many times as they've been defeated by them. So it should be an absolute amazing game. Yeah,
I completely agree, and I think you pretty much hit all the dots here. Totem, not only are they known for those upsets, they're also just really known to beat AC Milan Clash. They've beat them countless times in the last year, even before they really started pumping off and beating other teams on the top very consistently. They've always been a problem for Clash, but once in a while you do have very strong performances from Clash that are enough to take down Totem as well. So this could absolutely go either way. From a history standpoint, Totem, I think, have beaten Clash maybe a little bit more as well, and recently as well. So I'm really curious to see how this match is gonna go down, as we have two strong teams hungry for those points, and obviously just for the prize pool as well from each qualifier.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always meaning about the points to go to those playoffs, but we just keep on forgetting about that large sum of cash that you can get as well. It's a $2,000 prize pool at the end of every single one of these open qualifiers. So, I mean, a lot of money's been given out already, but you can't ignore the fact that we do have that 4K still remaining on playoffs, which is exactly where these teams want to be heading. And winning this game is just going to put them even closer towards that.
All right, guys, I think we can give a bit of a look at our leaderboards before we hop into this match. Let's give that a look. AC Milan Clash in first place right now with 35 points, followed very closely by Big at 34, Reply at 28, and I think this already says who is going to be qualifying at the end of the day, right? Because all the teams still playing are right now qualified, so they're all going through to the playoffs. Here it's really just going to be about the money and about seeding. So EXO Free Agents, they got knocked out just a match ago. Tribe Gaming in a round of 16. Genius Gene earlier as well. Bunker Rock and Salada de Frutas as well. So really it's just going to be about seeding and prize pool, as there is prize pool for each individual qualifier, and quite a hefty amount as well. So those guys definitely just looking to get first place, but pressure is going to be a little bit less present, as they have the reinsurance that they're definitely going to those playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, all pressure's near enough gone now, but, you know, we're still going to be seeing these teams wanting to beat each other. It's all about pride and keeping that mentality good as well. So going forwards, it's basically just seeding, as you said, bit of prize money, and also the mentality for going into those playoffs. You know, if you've beaten them once, you know you can do it again. And, you know, for this last qualifying few moments now, we're going to be seeing these teams fight, but possibly not as much as they would do if they were still remaining to guarantee themselves that playoff spot. But honestly, I know for a fact these two teams are going to want to beat each other just for that pride alone. And that's enough for these two teams.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, I think it's always fun to watch those guys play. And, you know, no matter what, there's still quite a bit of money on the line. And the seeding as well just justifies the means. You know, you want to have as easy of a seeding possible getting into those playoffs and have the highest chances possible to go far in the playoffs as well. Yeah, this is a match that is going to come down to a lot of mechanical skill on both teams. They do rely on it quite a bit, getting some very flashy plays just so often. And every single time so far that I've watched AC Milan Clash versus Reply Toman, it was a good match every single time.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with you there. They always put their all into it, and they always bring some absolutely amazing show of skill as well. Possibly AC Milan Clash being near enough the most mechanically skilled team in the game versus Reply Totem, who I'm sure they won't mind me saying it, but they are very, very smart to do with comps, and that's the main reason they do succeed so much. You see them bringing so many good comps forward, knowing what other teams are going to be playing, countering them a lot. And that is a huge part of their success in Brawl Stars competitive. And that's not a bad thing to have either. You've got to be smart. You've got to have the right backing of staff to be able to tell you what you to play. The coaches, the analysts, they come a long way. And I believe that's where Reply Totem really do thrive the most. And regardless of that fact as well, they have got some insane skill back in them as well.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. They're a really strong mix, you know, and although, you know, sometimes they do have a similar playstyle than Clash, sometimes a bit more strategic as well. They're a very versatile team, and I think that's where they increase the most on this year, you know, that their versatility as well as their consistency, and those things are very much tied together as well, obviously. But they've gone a long way because, you know, last year they were, every single time we would see them, we would call them, you know, one of the most inconsistent teams. They would lose against teams they shouldn't lose against, but they would also win against some of the best teams in the region. This year, it's been trending much, much more towards, you know, winning no matter the circumstances. And they've really grinded their way up and are looking to be a top contender for the region this year. If they can keep their form up like they have in the last couple of months, they're looking extremely deadly in Clash. I don't even know if they would spare them, to be honest, because Clash are still looking strong, but Totem is very, very close to their level right now.
Yeah, as you say, Totem was just looking absolutely amazing. Gone from inconsistent to one of the most consistent teams in EU at the moment, and that's the best, you know, piece of skill you can have. Just being consistent, being able to take on these top teams at a good level, like consistently. Keep on springing back to that word, but that is near enough all you need to be in Brawl Stars competitive. You've got to keep that level at the top. It can be as much as you can, especially against the teams like AC Milan Clash, SK Gaming, XO, and Tribe, who really are the forefront of this region. Teams you'd usually refer to as the top players and teams altogether. And Totem have been beating all these teams consistently, and I think they've earned their spot to be called one of the Titans of the region at this point.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. We'll see how they perform as we start things off with the draft. Bounty and Hot Zone are going to be the bans for Clash. Interesting, to be honest. I feel like usually they perform very well on both, but Parallel Plays is probably the map in Hot Zone where they have the most struggles. And we've seen such low bounty. I think we've seen no bounty today, have we? I think we haven't seen a single set of bounty.
I'm kind of glad. It's Canal Grande. I'm not sure it's a very well-favoured map in the competitive scene, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I'm sure because it's Canal Grande, that's the main reason. But we're going to have Harder Up Mine, Backyard Bolt, and Factory Rush, which are all three maps we have already seen. So nothing new on that part of things. Bans coming up next. But overall, I feel like all these maps, very heavily long-range based, and we might see some bans based on that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. Potentially a Gene ban coming through again from Clash. We'll see if they decide to go for that. I don't know if Piper Band is going to be quite as likely, although the maps do work for it. We'll see. I mean, it's the kind of matchups I feel like they should be happy to have, you know, the Piper matchups and all that kind of stuff. But it's true that on Hard Rock Mine, it can be very hard to play and to win consistently as well. And yeah, Gene Ban coming in first just makes a lot of sense. They really dislike Gene on Clash's side, and seeing the maps here, it would potentially be played everywhere. So yeah, Stu and Primo on the side of Totem. You're facing Clash, you can't leave Stu, you can't really leave Primo either. And the Piper Ban does come true. So yeah, this is for the most part to be expected coming into this match. Although I'm definitely curious to see how the outcome is going to be, leaving stuff like Bell on the table for both teams to try to use and find as much value in as much as possible.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued to what they are going to bring out. Obviously, we have seen this map before with fairly similar bans, but we ended up seeing something like a Mr. P and stuff like that from Bunker, and I'm really just eager to see what they're going to bring out, especially with the Bell not being banned this time. Maybe we'll see that mid instead of the 8-bit. Maybe we'll carry through on the Rico and the Sprout lanes. I'd really like to see that as well. Some more Sprout is it's a really smart thing to play here, especially with the walls and the Rico as well. It can do a good job against that.
All right, well, we will find out soon enough. This is probably going to be a very nice match, to be completely honest. Two teams with a lot of history against each other. I wouldn't quite, you know, use the word El Clasico, but they have their own history built up. And, you know, Totem has been consistently a problem for Clash. That's the most consistent thing that they've had, you know, is causing problems to Clash. And we'll see if they can do that once more today. Yeah, it's looking like quite a good match. I mean, you know, it's taking a little while for things to set up, but keep in mind, Totem just finished their match against EXO, a big win for them as well. And you know, those guys are not robots either. They need a couple minutes to settle down, get readied up before they proceed to their next match, because they're human after all, you know, despite what sometimes it looks like, and you wonder how those guys can be that good. They are human after all.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem, as that being said, is all just coming off the back of another game. They have just been playing Hard Rock Mine, so they're going to be a bit warmed up on it as well. And that could really play into their hands, regardless of the bans being picked. A couple of brawlers are out of the mix that they were playing, such as Gene, and we know Maury likes to play that a lot. So I'd like to see what he's going to play here. Maybe something like a Bell in the mid, or even maybe we'll be seeing the return of that double tank and max comp, just to try and overwhelm them. And I wouldn't count that out of Reply Totem, to be fair. Bringing something that is really hard to deal with, especially at those close ranges. Knowing Maru can play that Mortis to an absolutely amazing standard as well.
Yep, I think so too, and I wouldn't rule it out for Clash either, to be completely honest. I feel like it's the kind of comps that we used to see a bit more from them. They have gone a bit more away from it recently, but it's definitely still an option. You know, there's a ton of them at this point, especially when you remove stuff like Gene, that is so dominant on a map like Hard Rock Mine, and you see so often in the middle, and removing, you know, other alternatives like the Piper. It's definitely going to open things up. 8-bit is a possibility for mid. You can go Bell as well. You can go Max if, you know, you have the right comps with you. There's a couple of possibilities, but on the lanes it opens up as well, you know, for the Ricos, the Sandys. Those are definitely options those guys will consider. But also tanks, as you rightly said, and particularly Rosa and Mortis that do shine on this map particularly.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, with the Sandy in play, I do really like to see it, but it was in play last time on this map as well, I do feel, and we did see Sprout over it, picked by Clash, so I don't know if that's just plainly because they want to try and take the Rico completely out the mix, or whether they just don't like Sandy as well and don't think it's as good here as a lot of other teams do by playing it so much, and I'm not sure if that's the case or whether it just pairs so well with Gene and that's why it's being played in some games and not in others, but honestly, I do really like it here. I feel like it pairs really well. The Rude Sand's going to be getting some damage in the bushes, revealing where people are, as well as that stun being the main reason why it's back in the meta.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting, as you guys are, for things to start. And as we said earlier, it is mostly due to that side of the bracket being a little bit slower, so that's some delay, and those guys are just fresh out of their match, you know, calming down and preparing for this one. Obviously, you know, having to go through the draft, you need to be entirely on point, and if you're still thinking about your previous match, you might rush some decisions, perhaps. But honestly, I feel like the draft looks pretty even. You know, having Brawl Ball in there is always going to be a bit of a risk, but you know, I think that Totem, they can absolutely take it as well. They are a team that can be very, very patient, and on maps like that and Hard Rock Mine, they can be so deadly. So I'm really curious to see how that is all gonna play out. Honestly, I'm also wondering about the Hot Zone ban. I mean, it does make sense, actually. I was gonna say, in general, Bounty and Hot Zone are just such good modes for Clash, but Parallel Plays is just not the map for it. Canal Grande is not the map for it. But guys, no more waiting, I promise, because we got our next game ready here between AC Milan Clash and Reply Totem, kicking things off this second semifinal.
We're going to be seeing both sides of the coin here. We've got a Sprout, which is going to be played by Clash, sticking faithful to that, and Totem going to be sticking faithful to their pick in Sandy. So, you know, fair few good predictions from me and Teddy there, but a few bounces coming off from Linane instantly. Maru going to be popping off over the left-hand side, providing a really good start for Totem, 4-0. And a Gadget going to be placed from Mori as well in that mid, waiting for him to trigger that, to take advantage of some slowed mid. Place another one as well, firmly in the mid. 6-0 lead now, and EA going to be throwing that super backwards to secure the kill on Maru and relieve the pressure for his teammates. But regardless, Soydebrez are going to come back up and try and pick up a super.
Alright, well, 7 gems already for Totem, none on Clash, or just the one on Lena. It's going to be a pretty nice early lead. Because at this point, having such a strong lead means that you don't even need to consider picking up any gems on the enemy side. You're just fine with getting, you know, the 1 out of 2 gems that spawns on your side of the map. And Mari doesn't quite get marked. Lena, on the other hand, isn't quite as lucky, and that can really go a long way in that Piper duel on the mid.
Yeah, I mean, having Bell marked up, you've kind of got to play it like you are playing it like a Piper. You know, you can get 2-shot. And 2-shot he is. Yoshi having to pick up those gems, but Maru's going to go down with that one in the mid. Not going to be keeping that countdown going for too long, but another mark directly onto Linane here. Pressure is firmly with them, though, and that's nothing to count out, as it's only 2 gems behind now and some good control.
All right, so far, a nice comeback from Clash, considering the position they were in earlier, but they are going to get that gem. Maru does go down. What a spray there from Guy, and that's going to be the team wipe for Clash, running away with pretty much all the gems they need at this point, and now Totem need to find that kill onto Yoshi, otherwise it's going to be game over here.
The possibility of it happening here, Maru is going to go down, but Soydebrez is still pressuring nicely, only going to take 3 shots, and the wall break is there. He's maybe going to go down, doesn't get it off in time, and that is going to be Clash taking the first game in a huge turnaround, and an absolutely lovely play from GA with that Rico super.
Man, that bounce was just so juicy, able to find the most value out of it, and pretty much, you know, clutching up that game. Honestly, Totem, I feel like they had a bit of a missed opportunity here to kick things off with a bang, because they had such a strong lead. They were up, what, 7 gems to 0? I feel like, you know, you don't need to take any risks in that situation, but you do need to pick up some gems once in a while. I think the approach would have been to really just worry about the gems that spawn on your side, played really safe besides that, and just make sure you get those. You just need 3 out of the 6 next gems that spawn, and 3 of them are going to be really close to your bush, where you should be really safe. So it does feel like a bit of a missed opportunity, but it's far from over. Obviously, it's a best of 3, and this was only the first game.
Yeah, I mean, Clash, they didn't look too good in that game, to be honest. Some really dominant plays from Totem, but it's the same in every single game of gem grab, whether you've got a gene or not. The turnaround capability is always going to be there, especially if you've got a mark on that gem carrier who can be taken down near enough with a couple of taps from any single brawler. And that's what happened. You know, you've got the super coming across from Gear, who he doesn't expect, and managed to clip 2 of them perfectly. And with that respawn, you're just not going to be able to get those gems back in time. And Yoshi was able to secure it with the wall being down. Regardless of that fact, though, we got Lepopov playing some Mortis, who we know he likes to play. And on the other side of things as well, we're going to be seeing Maru playing it.
Alright, as of now, things are a little bit slow, but they just melt Lenan down like it's nothing. And Maru, I mean, he does go down, but at least he got a couple more hits down to get his super ready for his next encounter. And he doesn't quite have it just yet, but he's only a shot or two away, surely. And here he does have it, gets a nice chain on those bats, and make it a double kill, stealing those gems away and giving free control to his teammates.
Yeah, getting taken down, though, by Lenane, who is going to be wanting to keep his throne of being an insane Mortis over Maru. Does have 2 gems in hand, though, not the best circumstances for him, as he does want to be on the aggressive, but he doesn't want to be feeding those gems, especially with them being able to get a couple more in hand as he does fall down. Now 2 more spawning in the mid, and Guy not in a position where he can contest it this time. And Maru staying in the aggressive position, going to get the takedown. Good push from Lenane, though. But Totem just have a 10 secured and no real chance of Clash coming back at this second. You're going to have to do an absolutely incredible super to make this happen yet again.
Alright, 3 seconds left, and there's just nothing Yoshi can do in this position. Reply Totem to tie things up and push things to game number 3. It was a much better performance this time around. I mean, to be fair, they played really well in the previous gem grab game. It's just that they couldn't close it out, and this time around they do make that work. And I honestly want to you know, preach their confidence going for the Mortis play and winning with Mortis versus Mortis situation against Luna. That arguably is the best Mortis there is. Strong performance, you need guts for that, and they definitely made that work. And you know, now Clash are gonna have to reconsider if they want to keep the Mortis in, want to have some comp changes, maybe some small you know, adjustments here and there, because here it did feel like the execution was just not really on point on their side.
In my eyes, Totem should have secured the set near enough right now, so if they do lose this next game, I'm going to feel as heartbroken as they were, I'm sure. Dominant in the first game and even more dominant in this second game. Good turnaround from Guy in the first one, though, and that earned Clash their point on the board. So still got very much a hefty foot in the door here, not out of the race in this gem grab set just yet. And AC Milan Clash are going to want to secure this one just as much as Totem and earn their right to have this set.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. This is going to be a big game to decide a lot regarding momentum and the overall morale of both sides. Let's see how this goes, as we have some more similar stuff, but the roughs is definitely an interesting choice there from Yoshi, leaving Lena on the bell this time around, and it's not working too well. It's tagged up quite a bit already. Maru trying his best to secure that kill, gets the bats off. Can he actually secure the kill? He won't, try to dash away, but Guy is ready for it. And this is, even though the kills are more going on the side of Clash, Totem that full control during that time, as you know, the Mortis is just creating so much space.
Guy trying to go for another amazing super there, but just doesn't line up properly. Gets a good amount of damage on, but the takedown comes in before he can do too much with it. Regardless of the fact that Mortis is going to be feeding Ruffs a lot of supers, so far, it's looking extremely good for Totem, especially with that 6-2 lead. Make that 6-3 as Lenane is in that mid in a comfortable situation now. Power provided to Rico, which is going to allow him to deal with that Mortis a little bit better. Maru going to dash over that mine in the mid. Maybe, I think it was probably on purpose, just to get out of the way for when Mori does want to push up for some gems. He doesn't have to risk as much by doing it. And that is 8-3 straight away. Now Lenane not contesting this mid as much as he'd like to. And one more gem, and this is going to be the countdown for Totem.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for the Italians. Lenane is really low HP, has to slow things down, and those traps are not going to help either. If he gets a bit too aggressive, he might get punished for it. And Guy is doing a great job on the Rico, but there's still a little bit of catching up to do. But the question is this going to be more of the scenario we saw in game number 1 or in game number 2, where Clash in the first one were able to come back despite Totem being on those 9 gems. Nice stun from Sorta Brezza. That's a great opening, but they still need a gem here Totem. 2 are spawning. They will get both of them. And now AC Milan Clash, they need a kill to interrupt this countdown.
It's a possibility here, definitely so. 8 seconds left, and they are heavily in spawn. Gia gonna be having to get some amazing super off now, but Maru just takes all of the pressure off. Does go down though, but that is even more gems in their hands now. Soydabreza with all of them, 18 to hand, and Maru in a bit of an aggressive position here, not spotted just yet, and keeping this pressure on. It's looking like this is going to be over for the first set. Soydabreza is just going to run away with all the gems, and also with the first set as well, as now Clash are going to have to go for a complete reverse sweep if they want to win this.
Yeah, Totem to take the set in the end, and honestly, I think very much deserved, to be honest. They played better overall in all 3 games, and even though they had some moments where they struggled a little bit more and choked, I still think this set absolutely belonged to them. Moving on to Brawl Backyard Brawl, which is, you know, the game mode where Clash is just known for. They're just known for their Brawl Ball. They're known for a lot of other stuff too, obviously, but Brawl Ball is where they've shined the most in the past. Can they take down Reply Totem here? Because otherwise, we could look at a 2-0 sweep and Totem going to the finals. I absolutely think it's possible for Clash to come back, but if Totem is showing this level of play, it's not going to be an easy job.
I feel Totem is definitely strong on Brawl Ball as well, so I don't think we can say just because Clash is good on Brawl Ball that we can't really count them in it. I think they're absolutely amazing. We've seen them take Brawl Ball sets against Clash in the past when we have counted them out, and we can't really do that this time. I feel like they've earned their spot to be able to contest Clash in near of any game mode, especially with that one 3 dominant games, but bringing it home 2-1. Still their set, so no complaints from them, I would imagine, but they're going to want to shut it out right here and not take it to Siege, which is a bit more of a difficult game mode to secure early on, and you never know if you're going to be able to win it.
Siege is such a harsh game mode, especially as, you know, a third mode in the set. It can be absolutely heartbreaking, and you can come from a huge comeback and then suddenly it's Siege and you mismanage your bolts a little bit. It's one of the most punishing game modes as well. Very small mistakes can haunt you for so long. So Totem definitely not looking to get to Siege. Clash, they're hoping we get to Siege at this point, because otherwise they're going home. So let's find out how Backyard Brawl is going to go as we move on to the first game of the second set.
That's a harsh matchup for Clash straight off. They've got the Sprout versus the Mortis. Going to be playing aggressive straight off the start, forcing out a Gald and Mulcher early on. Maru going to be falling down, but Soydabreza not going to be able to walk there either, as a nice shot from the Sprout does come in just before he falls down. Mori's still in a good position now, and DA looking to try and run away with this ball at the right-hand side. But he sees Maru in the corner of his eye and does opt to try and keep control rather than pressing for something magical. The pop-off does miss his super as well, but the wall comes in, blocking off that complete side and allowing Yoshi to slot into a bit of a better position.
We're back to a bit more of the usual on Backyard Brawl, where things can be quite slow until teams start getting more supers to force some engagements. And a nice bounce from Maori, but in the end they can just heal up pretty quickly. Maru gonna get tagged up. Now it's a double tag and slow to follow up. Maru does get the kill, and nice double bounce as well, leaving Gie in a pretty low HP position, considering to go for the jump. But Maru going aggressive against Yoshi. Yoshi wins that fight against the Mortis, and that should be able to open things up a little bit more for Clash to remove some of those traps and slowly move their way up here. Jumping from Gie gets deleted on his landing, and Maru is just looking to buy some extra time and space. Nice pats as well, as Yoshi survives off with 18 HP, but that might be the damage they need to open things up for Totem.
Linane goes down as well, and Maru cleans up. And that is going to be the goal as well, as he does do a dash and a trick shot. Not sure if that super was really worth it, just to show a little bit. But does secure the goal regardless. He's going to have no charge for his bats now, though, and you're seeing Gie rotate into his lane a bit more confident than he would have been having it. But going to have to make something amazing happen with this jump and a slow, I would imagine, if they want to take this game. But 1-0 up, 20 seconds left, and Maru being aggressive is not a good situation for AC Milan Clash to be in. Yeah,
Maru, though, is going to fall, leaving only Gie left alive, and Yeah, that is exactly what Clash were looking for. And maybe a bit of karma as well here for Maru that maybe didn't quite need to use his super earlier. I think he wish he had it now. And overtime kicking in, this is great for AC Milan Clash, and we might be looking at a bit of a reverse sweep out of this game.
Slight overconfidence, I do think, from Maru using that super, but regardless, that was an absolutely amazing super from Soydebreza there. Just relieved all pressure for his team. Mori going to be very, very low, taken down eventually, and Maru now has to make something happen. Knows he's that close to jump, so he does just bait him into dashing forwards and make a play out of that. Does get the kill, but was traded out along the way. Mori now going to get tapped up by Linane, and the opposite happens to him. Good jump in, knows he's marked up as well, so he's going to do increased damage, but this is where he's going to make something happen. He's got his super, he's got his dashes in hand, and that is not what he wants to be doing, but looking like with only 12 seconds left, it might end in a draw, unless they push very aggressively right now.
Yeah, I feel like Totem should be happy with a draw at this point, and I think that's what we are going to see here as well, but never mind. Yeah, it is going to be a draw. That was close, but it's not quite going to go in, and we have our draw here, and what honestly should have been a bit of a win for Totem. And it's hard to blame it on Maru because he's the one that opened it up, you know. I mean, he's the one that scored in the first place. So, sure, maybe that was a bit unnecessary and it could have prevented that goal from Clash. But there wouldn't have been a goal in the first place if he didn't pop off like he did on the Mortis. So, to be fair, I don't think there's anyone to really blame here. It is also the kind of mistake that, you know, he's not going to do twice in the same match. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, you give all credit to him for getting the goal, but using that super, I don't know if it was some slight overconfidence, some slight showboating coming in there, but it really did affect him in quite a bad way. That is the main thing that he wants to be getting, to be able to take down the opposing team. You know, they've got a Bell, a Crow, and a Sprout. If you start chaining on them, they're going to be able to do absolutely nothing about it. And using it such as to do a trick shot, it just doesn't really sit right with me, and I'm sure it doesn't sit right with him after that game.
No, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't. I mean, it's the, as I said, you know, it does. It's very unfortunate for him. You know, karma sometimes hits a little like that, because it was clearly just, you know, mostly a taunt towards Clash. Nothing like crazy either, but it's just so funny that 15 seconds after it backlashes, you know what I mean? It just shows that sometimes it takes that much to make the difference. And in this case, the difference would have been just to have that super. And you saw Gia straight off the bat. He saw that he didn't have that super anymore, going much more aggressive, knowing he could deal with him using his own super if need be, and just really help open things up for his team. I think it's those moments where you do realize as well that Clash, we know that if you give them anything, they're going to punish you for it. If you give it to them on purpose, they're absolutely going to be there at your door waiting, you know, to give you that karma back. And that's exactly what happened to Totem here.
Yeah, I think you've said multiple times as well, you know, you're going to be punished by these top teams if you give them the chance, and they did give them the chance and they were punished for it. So that just goes to prove that point. We're going to be seeing Leon coming in this game by Maru, using Lollipop Drop as well, a brand new gadget who has brought him slightly into the meta a bit more than he was. And we're going to be seeing Spike on the other hand as well, probably using the new gadget as on his side of things also. Just shows how much they really have affected the meta.
Yeah, some nice tanks, but Maru is able to get the kill. Ultimately, the pass from the 9. This is an open goal. No one able to get there in time, and that's going to be Clash to open up the scoreboard here, 1-0 in what technically is the second game of Brawl Ball, although the first one ended up being a draw.
Yeah, a few bounces coming in on both sides. Gia is very low, going to have to push back a little bit. Soydebreza does get tapped, but Mori making something happen. Shot coming in as well, and it's only Gia left. Just going to hold the ball on the back line for a little bit, decide which way it is better to corner it, and he has chosen left. Maru, though, does have really good control of his side. Lollipop going to be placed down, but a super from Yoshi is going to negate that. Has popped Invis, though, not going to get any value out of it, because he is using Invisa heal, and he was at max HP. So, missed super from Linane as well, going to go quite a long way for Totem's chances at a goal here. But they're not going to commit. Well, Mori is, but the rest of the team isn't just at the moment, and that might punish them.
Yeah, maybe a bit of miscommunication, not so sure. A couple misplays as well. I saw the Bell for Totem on Maru using his super against an invincible Gear, which is not exactly ideal because it's really just gonna do nothing. But the jump in here from Gear to engage, find sort of Breza, is gonna go down to the poison himself. Maru trying to catch them off guard and is gonna get a kill out of it. Does get marked up, but it should calm things down a little bit as Lena is just left on his own and he can only do so much on the bell.
Invis is available though, so that is one of the things that should be making an impact in this though. Has got tapped up by the Crow, which we know as a fact that Leon is not going to be able to do too much whilst having it like that. Passing them the ball, giving them possession, is going to pretty much wrap up this game as the slow comes in. Maru gets tapped up once, and there's no chance he can get across in this amount of time. And Clash take their first game in Brawl Ball, and Reply Totem, I'm sure, are regretting a few of the plays they have made.
I would have loved if Maru was somehow able to get the ball as an invisible Leon, you know? It was just absolutely not possible at this point. But I do love how they were pretty much there, like, all right, GG's, and then suddenly there was the Leon, and they were there like, oh wait, they all started moving again. But yeah, Clash to take the first game in Brawl, and you know, this is the kind of moments where the previous game is going to start to hone them, because we might possibly be looking at Siege if Clash win this next game, and I really wouldn't rule it out. I can really see it just end in the next game and push things to Siege, whereas Totem, they looked a lot less good in this game than in the previous one. I'm 100% like confident saying that, you know. They were struggling a lot more with the lanes. I feel like the Leon pick was okay, but it was not really finding the value you expect when you bring in a Leon, at least, you know, as it's still a bit of an out of the usual brawler, and it's getting more and more mainstream, and you're seeing it more and more. I still expect a little bit more value to justify going for that pick rather than you know, something like a Crow, which they had as well actually, but you know, more similar to Clash's comp, which I feel like was a little bit more versatile overall.
Yeah, I do think it was very versatile, to be honest. You know, you got the spike to be able to just use those curveballs. It does scout a lot of the map out, and becomes a lot less unpredictable for an Invis Leon to be able to, you know, push up, as well as the Crow. He did get tapped up using one Invis by the Crow, and we know how that plays out. You're just not going to be able to go under the radar anymore, and taken down with quite a lot of ease if they do all start to pinch you. So, you know, you've got to play it right, and I feel like the comp is going to make the biggest difference here. We're going to be seeing Brock from Totem, and Linane has decided for a redemption arc in playing that Mortis.
Well, let's see if he can put it to work, as he can't quite find Sword of Breza, but a nice pinch from Yash is able to secure that one, and we end up on a 2-on-2 situation, slowing things down just a little bit as they're still reaching for those first supers to open things up.
Mori has got his in hand though, and Gie going to be over this right hand side just trying to pepper a few shots onto Maru, and hit one he does. And then going to be falling down though, and Mori being able to tap Mori with Yoshi with a mark. Maybe can allow Soy de Breza to slot this one in, and the save off the line by Linane with the clutch factor. Is in a bit of a tough situation though, going to have to push this out quite heavily onto Mori, who's not going to go for that ball and pass it up to Soy de Breza just yet. Super shot available though, and the shot into the far left does go in this time. I was thinking Yoshi was maybe going to pinch that off the line yet again, but this time it is a goal, and that is 1-0 to Reply Totem.
And this time around, using the super was justified. Yeah, it's a strong push here though from Totem. The slow is going to be huge onto Mari, and that's causing so much troubles. So the Breza, actually, if he shot right there, but I think it was out of ammo, that would have gone in. And now we have a push from Clash coming up. They don't have any way to destroy those walls on the side of Clash, so they are going to have to navigate around them or jump over them as Gie could. That's going to be a missed gadget from Maru. Rocket Fuel not to find any connections. So the Breza healing up in his bush, and the jump in finally from Gie to take the LM onto Maru. So the Breza wants to get the ball away, can't quite make that happen, and Maru is so low HP. The trap could slow things down just about enough, and look at that. Lena is not able to score because of it, and now with only 25 seconds left, Totem could push things to match point here.
Yeah, I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a very defensive Totem, and that we are, as they are just sitting behind this wall. Gadget in the corner as well as the ball, just trying to stop them long enough to be able to push this out. And Maybe a bit more of an aggressive play would have been warranted there, as they are probably going to be able to force this in if Yoshi can get it off in time. And he does yet again bring it back in the last few seconds. I feel like that cornering of the ball was very premature, and how far back they were sitting wasn't really warranted at that time. But Crow Jump available, and needs to make something out of it.
Yeah, 45 seconds left in this overtime for either teams to make something happen. Mari pushing forward, jump in from Sodabreza, does get taken out, but Yoshi is there to catch that ball, does get tagged down. HP-wise, it's not looking too good on the side of Clash, but to be fair, Mari is really low HP as well, and Sodabreza just barely comes back from the dead. The Lana getting tagged up, pushing forward, looking for Maru, gets the bats off the kill and survives as well, although only has 500 HP. Yoshi with a charge shot, and that's gonna go in. We're going to set number 3, and the match is still not over.
AC Milan Clash keeping it alive then, and Totem not going to be happy about that loss at all. 2 goals coming in the last couple of seconds for the wins that they do have, and Siege going to be the game mode coming up next, should I say, that is going to be deciding whether Reply Totem or AC Milan Clash goes to those finals to face Big. And there's no turning back from here, no draws expected, and Siege is going to be the one wrapping it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong performance from Clash to come back here in Brawl Ball. I mean, we said it earlier as well, right? Brawl Ball is a good game mode for them. We do expect them to perform there well. But, I mean, they definitely provided, what they needed to make it happen. And Totem could have had some really good chances here and there. I just feel like Clash, were able to be a bit more consistent through that game and had a lot less mistakes, to be honest. And I think that made the difference for Brawl Ball. And Siege, it's a mode about mistakes. If you make mistakes, you're going to get punished for it big time, because there's so much to it. It's such a deep game mode, and it's really, really hard to master, and still a lot of top teams to this day have a bit of a grudge against this mode. So it's going to be interesting for sure. 2 teams that I don't think love Siege either, so it's really going to be about who can make the best out of it.
Yeah, Siege could be that neglected game mode that nobody has chosen to ban or pick, going to be the last one remaining. So clearly, both teams don't mind it that much that they want to ban it, but they don't like it enough to pick it, which leaves it a bit of a difficult spot to how we expect these teams to do on it. I believe closer to the start of the year, Clash really weren't too great on Siege, but I'm really not too sure about how well Reply Totem do perform on Siege. I don't think they've got a certain play style or chance of winning it, and I feel that goes for both of the same of these teams. They're both just going to show up. Depending on comps, who's going to win, and if it's a mirror, then it's going to be difficult to decide, as both of these teams have won a set each, and both have been looking very differently amounts of convincing in different game modes.
Yeah, it's really tough to say, and as we talked about earlier as well, Siege is kind of an interesting mode for both teams. They're pretty inconsistent over there, and I really wonder how it's gonna go. I mean, Clash, bringing in a bit more of a mechanical playstyle. Totem, maybe a tiny bit more strategical than Clash. We'll have to see which way is gonna be the winning way as we hop into our 3rd set here. Both teams hungry for that match point, relieve a little bit of pressure, and obviously Mortis is gonna help out so much to get that first bolt.
Yeah, Mortis is going to be picking that up. They're going to be playing Barley as well, though, which can struggle maybe a little bit against that Surge, who does have that TP. Needs to keep him a really strong range. Maru going to be picking up that bolt as well, though, securing him that first, as well as Sodabreza being able to pick up the kill on Lenane. Maru decided to go in yet again and secure a further bolt in their bank as he does take down the Bell. I think maybe he does have that super for defense now, though, as he has been aggressed a couple of times. Doesn't have it just yet, and that's going to leave the defense at a bit of a weird spot.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage to come through here of that first bot, to be honest. Getting more than 50%, more than 60%. That's a lot of damage, and Reply Totem, they have the bold lead. Now Clash, they know that one more bot could more than do the job to close things out, and Totem getting to match point.
Yeah, all they need is this bot, and this is looking like it's likely going to go to them as well. Maru dashing in, knows he's going to jump and predicts that. Dashes straight through him once more and comes back with the super to finish him off. And having Barley on this offense with a level 8 push with no super on Yoshi at all, And that's going to be a very strong offense. Yet again, Linane coming in with a jump. But SoyDaBreza knows that and does have to back off for now. Heals coming in from the star power and the gadget. And he does need to try and push now, as that's where the majority of the damage is going to come from.
Yeah, a couple shots, though, it's all it takes. And they go through Reply Totem at match point. And AC Milan Clash in a bit of trouble here. I mean, just to, you know, put context back, it doesn't matter too much. There's some cash for the qualifiers, but both teams are going to go to the playoffs. So it's not the end of the world for either teams, and in this case, Clash looking to potentially go out. But they're still, you know, hungry, as you said, for pride and money. There's still quite a bit of money in the qualifiers. If they can snatch every bit of it, they certainly will. But Totem looked very, very strong in this first game of Siege. Very strong. Just nothing Clash could answer out of that first game. We'll have to see if maybe in game 2 they can bring something different, go for a Mortis of their own, maybe bring in the Barley. I'm not so sure, but it was just a really, really tough matchup for them.
That comp surprised me, never mind Clash. So seeing a Barley and a Mortis in this kind of meta and map, it's just the least expected thing ever. We've seen both Barley and Mortis on different Siege maps, but trying to adapt that to a bit more of a lengthy and long-ranged map is a real weird thing to see coming out from Totem, but it paid off absolutely massively. And Clash liked it that much that they're going to take it themselves and try beat Totem at their own game.
Well, we have first bolt for Totem, but it's not going to be an easy lane for SoyDaBreza to be facing that Barley. Maori does have almost an open mid, but Yashi, never mind, gets a nice double kill and completely clears out both the center and right side of the map. SoyDaBreza, look at Lanai, just playing with his food, does get, taken down for it, and that's an extra free bolt for Totem. But just saying a bit of a statement of how good their positioning was overall. That defense is going pretty smoothly so far. I don't think they have the mark on the bot. No, they don't. But honestly, they're going to be fine with it. Only taking 12% damage could be much, much worse. The question is, how good is this retake going to be? They have 2 bolts already, but they definitely want a couple more. If not to get this siege bot, to get comfortable for the next one.
Yeah, Linane might have been playing with his food, but his food definitely fought back on that one. And was able to take him down, which is quite surprising to see, to be honest. And having SoyDaBreza have this lane so firmly, when you've got the pressure from Mortis going anywhere near you, it's quite a risky thing for him to do. He has got the healing star power as well, which can keep him alive a little bit longer in the presence of a Mortis. Maru going to be going aggressive once more and trying to get those shots in when it's in the zone. Marked up now, the boss is going to be slowed down by a mine as well, and this should be a relatively good defense and a 6-1 lead as well. Totem aren't in a bad position with only 18% damage secured on their push as well, and just trying to push out 3 people on 1 lane now, and that's the right choice to make, especially when they've got such a big lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely the right move to go for. Maru is gonna secure yet another bolt, and if they can just get 3-4 bolts, they're, I mean, not even less, 2 or 3 bolts, they know they get the bot. They ensure that they can fully commit to that final siege bot as well. And they are going to be doing just that. They got pretty close, to be honest. Maybe a bit of a miscalculation. But this is still quite a strong bot from Totem. And 18% damage is honestly not a whole lot. A couple of shots from SoyDaBreza would be enough to secure that. But he does go down. The bot goes down. And that's a perfect defense coming through from Clash. We're going to double match point, Trav.
Yeah, I'm really not too sure about how aggressive Mori went before that push there. I feel like he is needed to deflate that defense, and that defense was just so strong as it is. The Bell Super, we've seen people do it in the past, dashing in front and stopping it from being tagged up as the Mortis. So that's the best way to do it, but double match point now, and that is a really exciting thing to see. We've seen Totem bring out that comp in the first game. We've seen Clash go, no, we'll be taking that comp and we're going to beat you your own game and bring it back to match point. So, like, I really absolutely have no clue what comps are going to be ran, who's going to be winning it, but Clash have just made a statement there, taking their comp and absolutely destroying them with it.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, you know, absolutely destroying them with it to a certain extent, right? It was a really close game, but at the same time...
the defense, I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, they did destroy that defense, as you rightly said, and it was... it was incredible, to be completely honest. And I think the coolest part was the bats from the Mortis going on the Barley, that if he wasn't hit, he would have survived that encounter, and we would have been able to heal up with a couple of shots. And instead, it completely, messed his math up as he was trying to win his Barley fight. That was just, really, really classy on the side of Clash, and a really big clutch as well. As honestly, getting a perfect defense against the comp with a Barley, it's not easy, especially when it's the third bot and it's a level 8 bot. Definitely got to commend them for that. And now they go into double match point with a little bit more momentum on their side, and sometimes that's just about enough to make the difference.
I'll tell you what, though, if Totem lose this game, they've literally had the most upsetting last 2 sets of their entire lives. The 2 Brawl Ball games were seconds away from winning them. The super shot coming in from Maru as well, not being able to win that one, and then being beaten on a defense where they only needed to deal 18% damage. That is going to hurt them if they do lose this next game, no matter how close it is.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. I mean, it's some of those games, some of the games of Brawl Ball we saw that were just that close. And Clash, we've said it over and over again, but if you do the slightest mistake, they're going to abuse it. And that's how those clutches exist as well, right? A bit of overconfidence, maybe a bit overstepping, overextending, and thinking it's going to be all right. They just need a couple Barley shots, and then you move a little bit too far, you get hit by a Mortis super from afar, combine that with a couple shots from the Barley, and you just get melted down just like that. So they have to be careful, they have to be playing calm, and remain humble to a certain extent as well as we get into this last game. It's going to be obviously easy for Lenan to get that first bolt on as a Mortis. And so the Breza getting tagged up quite a bit from afar already. Looking to maybe get a sweet TP at some point for the second stage. And Maru able to get a nice kill, but can't quite capitalize on it with Yashi, as Yashi does get tagged up quite a bit, goes down. It's a tie for this first bot, and we've seen how much more volatile it gets after a tie.
We've seen Egg, which is really, really surprising to me. Has got his super nice and early on, though, so that is going to give him a huge benefit. But Soydabrez is just being kept at this max range that the Barley does have that little bit of an advantage over him if he can't get that right TP off. And it seems like he's keeping him at that range. Does pick up the kill, still level 1. We've seen it several times where if you're at level 1, you're not doing anything for your team. And regardless of that, though, they have got 9 gems in the bank. I'd imagine Clash would try to drop this one whilst having a super on Yoshi, if he can pick it up and go for that final push. So maybe a little bit of bolt management coming forward here if they do secure a couple more.
All right. Well, it's going to be quite a big siege bot for Totem. Clash will have a nice lead coming into the third bot. So Totem looking to maximize the value of this one. Maru is a nice double kill, and that might actually help. He does run into the Ike's range and goes down to it, which does not seem like the wisest move, but 68% damage is not bad. However, Totem, they might have to go for a little bit more than that, as, it's kind of scary, the bolt gun from Clash. It could go wrong, and they will be able to commit. That's not a whole lot of damage, and I'm not so sure about this move from Totem here.
Bell super secured, though, and I think that's all they need to be able to pull off a defense. 70% when a Bell is in play is an absolutely huge amount of damage. And it can go an absolutely amazing amount of way, especially if Lenane's not able to tank this. He's going to try, but he's not able to, and this should get absolutely melted down, and I'm not even sure if 70% is possible here with a Mortis on offense as well. Adding to that, taken down straight away. Soydabrez are going to have to push out, and it's not looking like it's possible. Shots do come in, though. It's going to be very close, and it's boiling down to 43. Soydabrez with his typical BM at the end of the game, and probably he has earned it, as they do take down AC Milan Clash in the semi-finals and head to the finals.
Well, it took the last game of the last set to do it, but Totem have done it. They are going to the grand finals, where they will be facing a big clan in a couple of minutes. Strong performance on their end, although, that's the thing, and I think that's a good sign, I would say, for Totem, is I think they did a lot of mistakes, and they still beat Clash, which does go a long way in saying how strong Totem has been at the moment. I don't think this was, and I think it was actually far from their best performance we've seen the last couple of weeks and months for Totem. And yet they still managed to take down Clash, a titan of this region. So Totem are definitely really, really strong at the moment. We'll have to see if they're strong enough to take down Big in the grand finals. But if they play at this level, they certainly could.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a tough one. I think Big are playing at near enough their level. So this should be absolutely incredible final. And I think after that game, we've earned it. Seeing Reply Totem make a few mistakes and still pull through, that's an absolutely huge thing to do. If they can just iron out those few mistakes, they're going to be such an amazing team. And I'm not saying they're not already, because they are one of the best teams in Europe, especially after beating Clash yet again. But honestly, just get a few of these mistakes ironed out, and they're going to be even contesting SK Gaming at this point.
All right, let's give a bit of a look at our bracket before we move on to the grand finals of this third qualifier. As you guys can see, Reply Totem versus Big is the final. Totem taking down teams such as Clash 2-1, but also EXO Free Agents 2-0 and EGN 2-0. Big Clan had to face Blood Diamond, as well as Genius Gene and FA Kozaki, which they swept all three teams. So yet to lose a set today. Big Clan looking really strong. Totem was a really good performance as well, and they took down some giants too. So this is looking like a majestic final of two teams that a lot of us might not necessarily have expected to make it all the way to the finals, but they definitely deserve their spot there, and they are looking to prove that in the grand finals in a couple of minutes. See you guys. We will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. The grand finals of this third qualifier are ahead of us. Reply Totem versus Big Clan. My name is Teddy. I am joined by Trev. Trev, what are your thoughts? What are your main outlooks here for this matchup?
Honestly, I've said this for so many of the matchups, but it's just too hard to call which team's going to be able to win this. Both absolutely amazing at the moment. I think they're the best both of these teams have ever been right now. So it promises to be an absolutely phenomenal matchup, but to be fair, Reply Totem, after coming off the back of a win against AC Milan Clash, I feel like they've got a lot more momentum, as they're maybe a slightly better team than Blood Diamond were, who Big did win, and they are already warmed up too.
Yeah, that is very much possible. I mean, Big came up with some good performances as well. I think it's really just going to come down to this match, you know, what the draft is going to be, what the bans are going to be, and how they're able to perform. As those two teams, it's so hard to set them apart. Might have to, you know, take all three sets to do something like that. We'll see if they're able to perform at their peak. Just for some extra context as well for you guys, right here, it's literally just about prize pool and points for potentially seeding, but both teams are already qualified for the playoffs at this point, so there is a little bit less pressure, a little bit more freedom, and if they lose, well, they miss out on some money, but they don't miss out on the playoffs, and that's the main takeaway.
Yeah, well, being guaranteed for playoffs, it's got to feel good, and I'm sure both of these teams are going to be as relaxed as they can be, which sometimes does bring out a better performance. You know, if you're not relied to have that pressure on you, you can be a bit more relaxed and play an even better game than you would have done beforehand, but the draft near enough is done. And we have got Bounty and Heist banned to start with by Reply Totem. Brawl Ball going to be banned out by Big, as they've just seen Reply Totem do a decent performance on Brawl Ball, but cut short by Clash. Hot Zone going to be the first pick of Big, followed by Hard Rock 9 by Reply Totem. And then yet again, Factory Rush seems to be neglected, and it is going to be that third game mode.
Yeah, it's a really tough one as well, but it seems like those guys are willing to put it on the table. Putting it at last, you know, as last mode, so maybe we won't even get to see it. I think so far from the maps and modes, this is not looking too badly for Big. They really like parallel plays. Totem, not quite as much. It's not too bad for them, to be honest. So it's fairly even over there. Honestly, I feel like overall, this is a very neutral draft to this extent. We'll have to see if the bans maybe can make one team stand out a little bit more. But, you know, that's really going to come down to those targeted bans and if there's anything really special. A little extra crucial information is that if Big Clan win this match, they will take first seed, which could be quite significant, to be honest, going towards those playoffs. Right now, I believe, is Clash still first? Or it's all really, really close point-wise, to be completely honest. And what matters the most here is that Big Clan, if they can take this win, they can go from not even qualifying to taking first seed in the playoffs. That would be quite an incredible result out of today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bans now as well, we've got Stu banned, we've got Gene banned, and also Mortis banned. They've clearly been watching that last game and seen how much they do like to play Mortis. Been playing it in Siege, been playing it in Gem Grab, and also Brawl Ball 2, playing it in every single mode. So I feel that's quite a good ban, along with Gene as well, is their most common ban on the side of Big. Just don't really have a very, very confident Gene player, and we both know how good Mori is on top of that as well. So bit of a both-sided ban, helping their team and also stopping the other team from being as good as they can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Stu is definitely targeted towards Equark. We've seen him just dominate through the qualifiers this weekend and third-party events. Just such a good Stu. If you don't ban it against him, then honestly, it just doesn't feel right, right? It just doesn't feel right. Mortis, I think, you know, is a bit of a more interesting one. I mean, we do see how much Reply Totem do like to bring him on the table. And Big Clan really rarely, to be completely honest. So I do think it makes quite a bit of sense as well. And we'll have to see what the fourth and final ban is. This one on side of Totem, and it's going to be Bell, which is definitely an interesting one. It will leave stuff like Piper on the table, potentially for Nadine. Bell is a strong brawler. It's going to be particularly strong in Factory Rush, I think, out of this match, but also Hard Rock Mine. And it's playable on a parallel play, so it does make sense to remove it, to be completely honest. And we do end up having more of the standard bans in the end on the side of Reply Totem, going for Stu and Bell, and very much targeted bans from Big, removing the Gene, as well as the Mortis from the equation.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the main reason Piper would be banned is just that Heist and Bounty. They're the two modes that is going to be guaranteed to play on, I think, every single mode, every single game, I mean. And especially, you know, them being out of play, I don't see it coming into play too much. You know, we've got parallel plays, don't think it'll be played there at all. Hard Rock Mine, you know, it can be, but we've also got some other things that have been played mid, you know, some aggro brawlers that have come in, especially from Totem, which is really going to be scary if you do play that Piper mid. Very squishy and very susceptible to a lot of pressure, and can't relieve it too well either. Factory Rush probably will be played, but you've also got, you know, some brawlers that are extremely good against it there as well. So sometimes it is harder to play Piper than it is to pick it, just because, I mean, harder to play Piper than not to, because you've got to think about so many different scenarios if you play that in mid.
Yeah, it's a tough mid to play. I do think it adds quite a bit of versatility, such as, you know, the ability, first of all, to escape, which a lot of mids don't really have to that extent, but also the ability to destroy cover and favor, you know, her playground. So I do like it. On parallel plays, it's not going to be playable. I don't think it is. There's just too many brawlers that counter it that will be played, as well as too tight angles. It's too hard. But in Hard Rock Mine and Factory Rush, I would really not be surprised to see it. There's not that many other alternatives, to be honest. I feel like 8-bit could be played on a Hard Rock Mine mid, but besides that, or like something like a Max, but even then, it's not the most comfortable, and it's a very unique playstyle. So I don't know. I do think it's a match where we might see quite a bit of Piper, especially once we're done with the first set, and if we have to go through a third set as well.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a bit of Mori versus Dean on that Piper. It'd be quite an entertaining matchup, to be honest with you. But as you say, you know, it really just depends on what they fancy bringing out, you know, whether it's aggro or whether it's, you know, something a bit more defensive. Parallel Plays, however, is going to be the first one, and with Stu Band and Leon Not, we might be seeing quite a bit of that Lollipop drop coming in, which has been absolutely hugely prominent alongside the Jesse and also usually the Gene, but they might swap that out for some. They're going to have to swap that out for something else, considering it's a ban. So
I was going to say, they probably will. They probably will.
Yeah,
yeah, it's not really a choice anymore. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I completely agree. There's going to be tons of options as well. You know, we saw some Rico getting played recently as well over there. You can always bring something like a Byron or a Poco with the right comp, even though we see it a little bit less. And Ruffs is also going to be an option that was very popular for a while, isn't quite as much anymore, but still I feel like it's up there with some of the better strategies, and if played correctly can be really, really hard to face or to counter. So yeah, this is going to be a tough first set to kick things off with. We'll find out soon enough how it goes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to say. We've seen Big play this, and I don't believe we have seen Totem play this set, so Big looked very, very good in it. They were against, I believe it was Salada de Frutas or something like that, and they played it absolutely phenomenally. So honestly, we've seen how they play it. Totem, on the other hand, I don't think we have. So it's going to be a bit of a different scenario on their side of things. They might not be warmed up on it, and Big might have the advantage of knowing the comps, especially with these bans. Well, not really with the Mortis ban, but I don't think that changes too much anyway. So maybe they're going to come out with some kind of out comp or something like that to the comp that's usually ran, because that's kind of the only knowledge Reply Totem have of seeing it in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it is something those guys will have to take into account. If they can spot some of the comps that they play on the different maps, especially on the day itself, it's much better intel than if it's, you know, in the last couple of months, because the odds are that it's, you know, with the current meta, and that it's something they've been playing very, very recently. So you're absolutely right. And I think, you know, the analysts and coaches make sure that they check up on that as well, give them that sort of information and take it into account for their decision. So you have a lot of the mind games, and we've seen in the past in events, for example, teams when they're in a comfortable match, not necessarily going for the optimal comp just because they want to, you know, keep it a bit more quiet and make sure they can use that as a surprise maybe later on. We've seen SK do that quite a bit, actually, just going through events. I remember once with one comp, they played the same comp for like the entire event, and just because they didn't want to show anything for the monthly finals. Just some very interesting mind games to that extent. And look at that, we will have Byron Primo on both sides, as well as the Edgar on Maru versus a Jesse. Those are some pretty wild comps, Ramp.
Boy, do Reply Totem like a bit of Edgar. Missed jump from Equac, though. Going to kick things off in a bit of a tough fashion for him. Meteor being dropped down. And he does pick up the jump yet again. And Soda Brezza on top of that as well. Maru going to be wasting that super. And we know how valuable that is with Edgar, especially when you've got to burn down the gadgets to get it. And a good lead off the start for Big. We're able to secure a lot of that offensive zone in comparison to what Maru was able to on the other side of things. Near enough get none of it, because Dean was defending that so well. Heals coming in now on Equac, but just nothing that can keep him alive against that absolute flurry of damage coming in from Primo. And now an aggressive jump as well. Going to be breaking up those walls, and Dean is forced to throw out a turret and waste it along this way as well. Soda Brezza being kept fairly low, but Equac just able to push really, really aggressively, and with the lead, they don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, this is a pretty good situation in the hands of Big. Equac is looking to just stay in that zone for as long as possible. Soda Brezza goes for the jump in, but just a better timing from Equac, as he is able to get it as a response. Equac to get the kill. Lars doesn't even go down, and this is very much going to be a first win here for Big Clan. And despite some very close comps, and honestly, I didn't even really see them coming this much, just because we saw Primo getting banned so often. But yeah, Primo makes a lot of sense, especially played out with the Byron. It worked out better for Big, and I'm not sure if it's due to the Jesse versus Edgar being a better matchup, or if it was just you. And I think honestly it was to Big being able to play that combo better, because they were winning it quite consistently in a 2 versus 2, you know, and that makes a really big difference, especially. We mentioned it in another match earlier, when it's a lane where you're on a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, I really have absolutely no clue why they played Edgar. Surely you want the Byron and Primo on offense, because I think it's very rare that you run a Primo on defense, especially because of how short range it is, and Byron as well going to be there with just healing up the Primo. You want to be using that on aggressively and not take the Edgar that's going to near enough guarantee to lose lane to anything one-on-one if it's not something that's extremely squishy with no front range and long range DPS. And the Jesse was just able to near enough 3-shot him and get him directly out of the way, and that's where the lead started to build up. And I'm really not sure about that comp, and I don't think Totem will be after that one either.
No, certainly not. They'll have to be a bit more careful that time around. And to be honest, it is the kind of comps that, you know, does require a little bit of practice. And sure, it does look very easy, like, you know, Poco double tank versus Poco double tank and that kind of stuff. But in the end, it is a lot more technical with Byron and the Primo, because, you know, the dynamics of those supers for the Primos are really important. If you can get, you know, if someone jumps on you, you can like kind of jump away from and neglect that damage, as well as get it on the landing. And obviously the Byrons, unlike something like a Poker, they actually do need to hit those heals every single time, and it takes a little bit more aim, especially you know, with the star power, where you can try to line them up and get more value out of a shot, maybe even connecting all the way until the Byron, the enemy Byron. Those are all little micro you know, aspects to take into account as we move into the next game. And this time around we have the same comp coming in from Big, but an answer from Totem, bringing in a Jesse of their own as well as an Ems in defense, and it's working pretty well so far. Lars quite low HP, should be going down here, but actually gets 2 shots down before he does, and Mari will ever so barely survive, but so does Equac, and he does in enemy territory.
I loved how confused Maury looked then when he was just about to get hit by the meteor. He was like, I'm about to go out, and then he just walked straight back into it and had to have a longer route out on top of that. So bit of a misplay from him, but Equac had a good amount secured. But on the other side of things, so did Soy. And no jump available now from Equac. It's going to put him in a bit of a difficult situation trying to push into a Jesse and an Ems. But with that recent change, he is going to get some supercharge off being hit by these counter units to him. So just going to play the long game, play for that super once more. And he does have it now, which is going to allow him to pressure out quite nicely, especially onto Moru, who's going to keep his turret for next respawn.
Yeah, Aquak was maybe not the most value of that super. Goes down. Lars a bit late on the heal, and that's going to be some lost value. As Reply Totem still have a 9% lead, they can focus on that top right zone. So they want to get as close as possible to it and get some extra percentages, and they're doing a terrific job at it. Lars goes down to Maru, and this is looking more and more like a win for Reply Totem.
Yep, as Soderbrezza slots back into the zone as well, got his jump available, just going to absolutely pounce on those other two. Jump twice, and that is going to be the second game secured by Reply Totem to make it 1-1. And the set decider coming up next is going to quite heavily influence the rest of the game, I would imagine. As, you know, this first set's always going to be huge in a best of three.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Especially when the first set, you know, is so takes so long. You know, there's so much, you know, pressure building up. It goes very. We end up having some close games, and it pushes things to game number 3. It puts a very heavy weight, I think, emotionally and morally on that first set, and being able to get it or lose it is usually going to affect, you know, your mood and your spirit coming into set number 2. And obviously, you know, as you rightly mentioned, it's a best of 3. You have to be super careful about not giving too much to your opponents, because a set is halfway through the victory at this point. So they need to make sure they at least make it difficult there, as we will be moving towards a game number 3, a decider for this first set here. Hot Zone Gem Grab will be right after. And yeah, I think this was a lot better from Totem. Definitely the right response. I'm a little bit disappointed, I think, in Big not adjusting their comp whatsoever. You know, it was a bit of a bet, and it didn't quite pay off this time around.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the fact that Reply Totem were obviously going to change the comp, I think anybody could see that. The egg didn't work at all. So not changing yours at all is a bit of a risky thing to take, especially because, you know, you've won quite comfortably. You expect a counter to come in, especially to that comp, and that's what Totem do the best. They can read their opponents as well as any other team, and they're going to get that matchup if they can, and that's exactly what they did, bringing out that EMS. There's no chance you're going to be able to beat that with a Primo, unless you have some absolutely miracle heals coming in from the Byron, and even at that, it's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, big game ahead of us, whether it's for Big or for Totem. Sets are, you know, so hard. First sets, especially. We'll see who is going to find some closure in this one as we move on to set point for both teams. The Ember coming through here for Lars, and we don't even have a Primo whatsoever anymore on Big Clan. Completely switching off that strategy for the Spike on Aquak instead. Not the easiest matchup against the Jesse from Maori. And also maybe not the easiest against a Primo. I mean, it works alright, but if he jumps on you, he's most likely just going to take you down anyways. Yeah,
I mean, I think that's kind of the same with near enough every single brawler, to be fair, though, if you get a Primo.
That's a very fair point.
It's kind of a bit of a lost cause, isn't it, really? So, I do really like the Spike pick, though. Looks like they've been quite heads up, knowing that they're going to bring Primo out once more on that side of things. And Big just choosing not to is quite a conscious decision as well. Knowing that they're going to have to pull some absolute miracle out of the bag, of the counter comp that is, to be able to take Primo on head on, and it seems to be working. Got some good control, got that defensive zone secured, and this Hammer's also going to do an absolutely amazing job against the EMS if played right by Lars, and it seems to be working so far.
Really nice burn there from Lars, able to find both Maru and Maori. Maru down to 300 HP, make it 28 now, but Soderbrezza is still causing some chaos. But Aquak was the right approach. You're able to take him down, and that pick of Spike has been really paying off for Big so far. Although it is only a single % difference in favor of Totem still, I feel like in the long run, especially as the map opens up, this is going to get better and better for Big, at least on paper.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You know, you got to break up that map as soon as possible, and Maru's going to have to be winning that lane, and he does do it. 1,288 HP, going to have to be a bit more passive against Dean now, though, and Lars going to have to get some defense secured, as this jump from Soderbrezza is going to really put them at a bit of a disadvantage now. Huge plays from them, and this is looking like they're going to have some good percentage secured, and I don't even know if it's likely that they're going to be taken off this zone, especially if Soderbrezza gets healed up. He's going to get some super off being hit. and he had a good amount of charge back from the previous push anyway. Equac going for another super out now. Straight onto Maru and takes him down just about, but Soderbrez is already looping back round to get back onto that zone and get some more percentage.
Yeah, risky play from Equac to go for the aggression rather than the defense here. He does manage to help out with a kill, but Maru is back in control and he is able to find a kill onto Nidine as well. It's going to be very, very hard to deal with him, and I don't think they can. That's going to be Totem to take the first set here against Big Clan, and honestly clutching things up here as well. I felt like comp-wise, there were some really good answers from Big to deal with that Primo, but somehow they still weren't, and that means that Totem take the set. And to be fair, everyone was playing really well for Totem, especially in that final game of the set, because Primo was less able to shine due to those counters, but I still feel like he had so much impact considering, you know, almost the entire team for Big is in some way or another a counter to Primo.
Yeah, just the consistency of him being able to play so well in that set was just absolutely such a good point for them. Gem Grab coming up next, though, we're going to be seeing some Hard Rock Mine. And with that, we have seen Totem play phenomenally throughout every single Hard Rock Mine we've seen. We've seen him defeat XO on it, we've seen him defeat Clash on it. And they're looking forward to try and carry this on here. As, you know, Big, we haven't really seen too much of them in Gem Grab. And I feel that kind of does benefit Totem quite a bit, as regardless to Big playing it at all, they've played a phenomenal Gem Grab set every single game. And, I mean, Clash only won a game because of a huge turnaround. It was vastly dominant other than that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, Gem Grab on Hard Rock Mine is where it's going to be at next. And maybe a chance for Totem to get a 2-0 sweep, or for Big to start their much-needed comeback. It's a tough map. It's a classic at this point, and we've seen some various strategies today. I still feel like, you know, bros like Rosa and Mortis, I would really like to see coming into this next game. I mean, Mortis is just a pleasure to watch, to be completely honest, but it's also really strong, and I really enjoyed that Max comp earlier. I think a lot of players are going to hate it because it's so frustrating to deal with, but the Max, Mortis, Rosa, I thought that was one of the coolest comps we saw today, and it was just such a blast to watch and to cast.
Mortis is banned, right?
Oh, Mortis is banned. That is true.
Yeah.
That is a fair point. Doesn't happen very often, so we forget about it, but it is banned. You're completely right. So, no Mortis. That should shut some of those strategies down, to be honest, because I feel like the regen and the ability to close the gap with those dashes is what makes it so viable as well. So maybe that will calm things down, and we will come to a Piper matchup in mid. That's absolutely possible. Let's see how it goes. And Piper for Mari, Piper for Nidine, and we have some more traditional comps, a little bit more safe comps as well that would tend to remain a bit more on their side of the map and a slower approach.
Yeah, aggressive plays from Maru straight off the start, and Lars knows he wants to play this passive just because of the fact he can get those power-ups in the long run and make a huge play because of it, generally helping the team out. Her mid recipe going to be missed by Mori when it did need to try and kind of connect there to help out sort of Reza on that lane. But Equac doing a great job of juking this out, especially against the likes of a Sprout and a Piper pinching. Does eventually go down though, but Dean has been able to collect 2 gems from mid. And a wall being placed as well. Going to be broken up. Not going to benefit Equac too much though, I will say. Obviously trying to take down some of Soderbrez's walls on top of that, but he does quite heavily rely on those walls too to get those bounces round and make a huge play out of it. Power up available for Dean now, but a heal from Maru with that bouncy castle straight into the corner. Going to provide him with a lot of HP back in his health bar. And now they just need to try and keep this control with a 7-gem lead.
Do you think that with ambush, Nidine can one-shot Mari? I think so, right?
I think it's very close. I think it's very close.
I think so. I'm not sure, to be honest. Really, as you said, it's really hard to say. But maybe that's something we might see at play later on. It's definitely going to be a shot that hurts, let me tell you that much. But look at that. There are quite a couple of gems in the center. Mari looking to maybe creep his way towards them, but he does seem really scared of Nidine with that power up, and Nidine is going to go for the gems now, single-handedly just tying things up here. But a nice homemade recipe from Mari is making the difference. Equa goes down. Mari is able to jump away with 12 of those gems. And now Big Clan need the kill onto Mari. Nadine does get buffed up once more, but he's so far away from the fight, and they're taking forever to deal with Maru already. 3 seconds left, and they just spotted Mari's position. That's going to be match point for Totem right off the bat.
Yeah, convincing gem grab from Totem. Can't say I didn't expect it, as they have been playing phenomenally across this game mode all day. And honestly, I can see them closing out here if they do have a comp like that once more. I feel like the Roughs obviously gave the power up to the Piper Nerf instantly, but it just didn't really affect the game too much regardless. And as you said, it might one-shot, but I don't think it does, so it still leaves that in a Piper versus Piper two-tap matchup in the mid. So it doesn't really affect the mid as much as the HP and the damage looks like. But, you know, with Recall in that lane, I don't think Ruffs has really got too much of a chance, and we saw that as he was fairly firmly in spawn for the majority of that game, especially when Maru putting a lot of pressure on that side. And then on the other side of things, even when the walls did go down from Dean breaking up that side, Echo just wasn't able to deal with that Sprout.
Yeah, I think overall it was a very solid collective effort as well from Totem. And I think that the Ruffs pick did give them quite a bit of a handicap for Big Clan. I like individually on this lane, it's just so hard against a Rico, you know what I mean? It's just so hard in that matchup. You can't really find a whole lot of value. Totem were able to exploit that to constantly put pressure up. But here we go, match point for Reply Totem. Big Clan on the verge of dropping this match, as we have a Sandy to come in here for Totem instead of the Sprout. And the Sprout actually to come for Big, trying to maybe copy the matchup they had in the previous game. I would have to say that in general, Sandy versus Sprout, I do kind of like the idea of Sandy, because with a nice Sandstorm, it's just so hard to do anything as a Sprout, and you have to play so passively. But at the same time, Sprout can be really deadly against a Rico, so we'll find out how that goes.
Yeah, Soy getting a stun off, wants to get his damage, his ammo back in the tank here. Doesn't get anything of it, and Mori gets absolutely melted down by Equac, and he does get traded out by Soy de Breza though. Just going to sit in that position, knowing he can't get tapped up by Dean just yet, as that wall is helping him, and a lovely shot from Mori there does get the takedown. Lars with the gems isn't going to matter too much, but a great stun from Soy de Breza does get the kill onto Equac as well, with no trade there. And Maru within this aggressive position now does want a pinch, but there's just nobody there to help him just yet. Soy de Breza trying to cycle another super here, does get a few shots off, but going to drop at the top of the map. But it's only 6-5 now. Totem have got that lead back in their favour. And looking to try and keep it here. A good gem spawn for Dean, though, does come up next. And with this Sprout over the right-hand side, it's going to be very difficult for Maru to win.
Well, Mari is his next gem to spawn on his side, and this Sandstorm is going to keep Nadine away. This is a great way for Totem to just make the gap a bit wider gem-wise, and now they're only one away from the countdown. It's about to spawn. Spawns on enemy side, which is not going to be ideal, but 9 gems means that one more they can have a countdown that cannot be stopped. But Big is able to get back to 8, retrieve quite a bit of control and put quite a bit of pressure onto Totem, because right now it's only Mari left alive, survives off that encounter with 500 HP, but Big Clan are going to be about to start the countdown.
I don't like how this is looking for Big, as this does go down, and there is a Rico super inside it. We've seen what can happen with that, and there it is. The surprise factor of that, and Equac's going to fall too. Maru can't push for those just yet, and it's going to be risky for anybody else to as well. Now they can, though, as they all do start to fall. Only Equac to reset this now. The rest of them are too low. Super comes through, but this is just not looking likely, and Totem looking like they're going to walk away with this. Homemade recipe missed. And Reply Totem are the Open Qualifier number 3 champions. And as we've already said, both of these teams have secured their place in the playoffs as well. So congratulations to both of them.
GG's well played. It's going to be the Italians to run on top today as they make their way through the bracket and secure first place. Really good performance on their end, to be honest. Really solid performance. I feel like both teams have been so close in level lately, but Totem stepped up for this match and definitely gave Big a run for their money. That was quite a performance here from Totem. I'm very impressed with the level of play they've been able to get in the last couple of months, and it seems to just be trending upwards. And I'm all down for it, man. I'm all down for it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not complaining at all that Totem made it this far. They gave an absolutely incredible showing against AC Milan Clash, and the rest of the day as well have beaten EXO free agents on top of that. And I think they're the team who deserves it the most. Beating those two teams warrants a win in my books. Big, obviously making an absolutely incredible run as well, through to their final, defeating a lot of other good teams on top of that, Blood Diamond being a notable one, and also some other really good teams as well. But we do have our winner, and it is Reply Totem. Commiserations to Big on that one, but I'm not sure they're going to be too sad about it, as we will be seeing them in 2 weeks' time in the playoffs. Get a bit of a week off next week as the last chance qualifier will be played.
Well, let's check out the bracket real quick to see what the journey was like for Totem to make it all the way through this bracket, as they kick things off with a 2-0 sweep, actually two 2-0 sweeps against both EGN Esports and EXO Free Agents, taking down AC Milan Clash 2-1 in the semifinals, and then finally another sweep against the Big. So overall, a very convincing performance from Reply Totem, taking down some huge names to secure this first place, a little bit of extra cash as well as points for the playoffs.
Yeah, if we take a little bit of a look at our leaderboards now as well, we will be seeing which teams have made it to the playoffs. AC Milan Clash sitting there in first place, so they will be facing in the playoffs the first round whoever will be qualifying through the next week's last chance qualifiers. And then Big and Totem sitting in 2 and 3 nicely. EXO Free Agents, Tribe, Genius Gene, Bunker Rog, and Salada de Frutas all going to be missing out on the playoffs and will be returning hopefully next week for that last chance qualifier.
Absolutely, they are not out just yet, as you rightly said. In a week, we will have the last chance qualifier, no prize pool, but a spot directly on the line. No points, none of those shenanigans. You win the qualifier, you make it to the playoffs. And with $4,000 prize pool per region for those playoffs, it's definitely worth going for. So if you guys have not registered for it yet, make sure you do. And once more, congratulations to Reply Totem for their super strong performance throughout this evening, making it all the way to the top. Yeah, this is where we are heading towards the end of the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching, guys. A big shout out to G Fuel as well for powering this event, as well. A big thank you to our production team and everyone in the staff involved in making this project happen. Trav, thank you so much for joining me today once more, and we will see you guys next week for the last chance qualifiers, as well as tomorrow for the NA third qualifiers. So yeah, make sure you guys tune in for that as well. And I think that's mostly it, guys. Have an amazing evening, an amazing day wherever you guys are from, and we will see you guys very soon.